nearby hospital, which we do not know which one that is, although we can presume that it would be HCMC, since that is our level 1 trauma center.
So we're live a little bit early because we have another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis right now. Situation is unfolding. We're trying to get as much information as we can right now. So, yeah, should be a fun day. There's a lot to cover.
A lot of chaos there in the scene. And within the past few moments, more people are gathering. You've got officers that are arriving on the scene for crowd control, trying to maintain a perimeter. And this is live video that we have from the scene right now. I can't tell you the cross streets as to where our photographer is at the moment, but this is near the scene. And as Leah was just noting, they are deploying either smoke irritants or chemical irritants.
Breaking how long ago? This happened in the last 30 to 45 minutes, I believe.
At the scene right now. Anecdotally, I can tell you my daughter lives just very close by here, and she lives on Nicollet Avenue at 35th. And she went to work this morning before this happened, so she missed it. I was texting back and forth with her, and I said, if you're heading to work, do not head north in Nicollet. You're going to run into another action scene. Do we hear something in the background? Yes, we can see more smoke canisters or something that have now been deployed, and we're zooming in on them right now. So
yeah, they're working to keep that crowd.
They're working to keep the crowd back,
pushed back,
right, to maintain a perimeter there.
Yeah,
at the scene.
Yeah, and they've been throwing those and trying to disperse that crowd using those canisters for about the last 10 minutes or so. We just did get wind that apparently the commander, the veto news conference that was pre-scheduled to.
So if you are just tuning in, we've got ICE agents involved in a shooting in Minneapolis. The suspect was armed and reportedly down. Pray for our law enforcement. They are under constant attack. We also have Tim Walz basically trying to shift the blame over to President Trump. He has sent out a tweet right here. Just spoke to the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. Fuck off, Tim Walz. Like, fuck all the way off.
And answering questions. So again, it looks like we're
yeah, it was. So people are saying ICE, but now we're getting reports that it was Border Patrol. So I'm not sure which one. We're getting multiple reports that it was ICE, multiple reports that it was a Border Patrol agent. Either way, there was a situation.
Push you back, and thus our cameras as well, so that the photographer behind this camera lens bringing you the images can continue to do that and do that safely.
We're doing our best to gather the information for you and let you watch what we are seeing at the same time live from the scene. But please keep in mind that our primary focus is the safety of our crews out there as well. For those of you who are watching, last week our Karen Scullen and Melissa Martz, photographer, photojournalist, along with Vince and Maury Glover were caught in a number of incidents where they were overcome by some of the chemical irritants at the scene designed to disperse the crowd. So we're going to keep the safety of our crews in line first, and then keep in mind on top of that, it's 11 degrees below zero outside too.
And by the way, I saw a couple comments earlier, and these comments are basically meant to show you how fucked we are. But Darkwing Duck says, I can't believe I get my weather updates from Jeremy. Jeremy really needs a weather channel. Oh my goodness. Like, we are screwed, boys. All right. We're done. We're done. We as a society have failed if I am your weatherman and your news source and your entertainment source and your sports journalist and your theme park journalist. We're fucked. So yeah, it's a bad situation.
We do not know, again, the identity of the victim who was shot and their disposition at this point. We don't know if they've survived those injuries, if they're in recovery. We're only going to presume to be HCMC because that's our level 1 trauma center. We're waiting to hear now from more details at the scene.
Yeah, and I mentioned the Immigration Enforcement Commander Bevito, who had the previously scheduled news conference that's now been pushed to noon. But I'm just looking that we are going to have an 11:30 a.m. media briefing with Mayor Fry, Chief O'Hara,
that should be good.
Management,
that should
Rachel
be good.
Sawyer, that will hold a briefing.
So, and I will get this. So there's a lot going on. President Trump has, I don't know if I got to look at the story. He's either threatened or he has officially put 100% tariffs on Canada over their deal with China. Trump is pissed at Canada, and he is laying the law down with Canada. So we have that to talk about. We also have this winter storm that is covering much of the United States of America. And we obviously have this. So a lot to get into at this early hour on a Saturday.
And I'm going to let you interpret those for yourselves. And we are certainly going to get the narrative from the mayor and the police chief here within the next perhaps hour and a half, and then hear from the perspective of Border Patrol and the acting ICE director when they have their news conference at about noon. And we are going to stay here and bring you all of it live so that you can watch and observe for yourself.
Yep. Yeah, it's another unfortunate circumstance.
What's unfortunate is these criminals continue to run the streets and thinking that they're above the law. That's unfortunate. Jared the American says, tried looking for seals for my local beach, but it's 10 degrees and windy. Saw a guy on his bike and an older couple walking their dog, which shocked me. And what is it? So it's 10 degrees and windy, and they're, whew. Hey man, some people can handle it. Capuchi says, glad you're live. Was watching another channel. Bro was too polished, spoke coherently, no memes, boobs or butts. I couldn't stand it. That sounds like a nightmare. So glad we could lower the expectations for you around here. Cobra Cast. Monty Montgomery says, if Trump was a Democrat like most of his life, these clowns would worship him like they did Obama. CNN did a positive ride along with ICE when Obama was president. Fake outrage. 1,000%. Andrew Sierra says, call your media conglomerate Fig American Group. Read the initials. There's a lot of options, isn't there? Munchie Ninja says, Jake the lawyer posted a video explaining ICE and their authority in detail. 51 minutes, no politics, no agendas, just knowledge for those interested. Is it Jake the lawyer? You're not talking about Nate the lawyer, are you? Jake? I don't know if I know Jake the lawyer. I know Nate the lawyer. But if so, I'll check that out. JRG Project says technically Trump is a Democrat, a 90s Dem. In today's world, that's a conservative. That's very true. Very, very true. 100%.
Agents will be coming in to try and investigate.
Okay, so here it is right there.
Here.
I just saw the report. Man shot by federal agents has died. So this is going to create more outrage because initial reports are that the person that was shot by agents was armed. That's not going to matter. They won't care. This guy could be a career criminal. This guy could be guilty of, the worst crime imaginable, messing with kids, and they still would defend him. They would still cry about this. So the context and the details do not matter at all to these idiots. None. I mean, look at how they acted with the Kyle Rittenhouse story. And and the whole time they were running with the narrative that they were black people that Kyle Rittenhouse shot because that's what they needed to believe to be outraged. When did this happen? within the last hour is when this happened. Within the last hour.
Investigators from Minneapolis and or the BCA.
Yep. 10:56 here on a Saturday morning, and you can see that is, I've lost count of how many canisters of.
Okay, I got some details here. The man who was shot by Minneapolis Border Patrol agents has died, according to Minneapolis Police Chief. According to DHS, the man was armed with a gun. The following footage has been slowed down and stabilized. Border Patrol agents could be seen trying to pin the man down before a shot was fired. The agents then appeared to scatter and fire on the man. Hope I can show this. So we have a situation, a tale as old as time, not complying. I'm going to hold off on showing that because I don't know if it shows something that I can't show here on YouTube. So I will review that and then come back to it.
I did see one vehicle that was a sheriff's vehicle. I have to believe it's Hennepin County Sheriff. We did see a marked vehicle roll by at one point a few minutes ago. Look at the thick smoke and the thick, that is not fun to breathe in, folks, for those folks or our photographer behind the camera here. So please be safe.
See people covering their mouths and eyes as they.
This is the Fox News camera. Okay.
Okay.
So you can see how thick it is in the air. But again, going back to the law enforcement that we're seeing.
Yeah, you really can't see anything, but yes, YouTube. Like the other day, we got age restricted on one of my uploads on D-Day Cobra 2 again, for nothing. Like it's the AI bots that you have to worry about. That's the frustrating thing right now
from our view, but we are watching this unfold here on this Saturday morning, as we did get confirmation.
Jake the lawyer is part of the unsub crew. Oh, okay. Those guys are awesome. Got you. 100%. All right, appreciate that. Thank you for the update, driver 3692. Jeff becomes a new member. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ryan Miller says, these clowns had every opportunity to work with ICE. Tom Homan said, let us into your jails. Work with us. They didn't listen. Now they're doing it the hard way because we are enforcing the law. Yep. I do need to change the title of my stream, since it wasn't ICE agents. Apparently it was federal agents. Let me see here.
And very painful because your eyes swell, and it can force some of your breathing passages to swell as well. So you want to get, And our producer, Lori Fisher, who's come in with us here this morning, just reminded us that when our colleague Maury Glover came back a few nights ago after the scene, all the days are starting to run together now. So it was last week, but when he came back to join us in the newsroom, you could smell it on his jacket, and he was still coughing at the time when that came in.
Yeah.
So,
and keep in mind, again, the elements that everyone is out there. I mean, they're pouring water on their eyes, and
it's 9 below zero.
And it's 9 below zero. So then they need to go somehow get.
Yeah, because they're being paid to be out there. This isn't surprising. They're being paid big money to be out there. So Rapid Report got this. Nick Swartor says, utter chaos at the scene of the Border Patrol involved shooting in Minneapolis this morning. I don't see how the Insurrection Act doesn't get invoked at this point. These people are going to go ballistic, literally. Yeah, I imagine today is going to be a very bad day, even with the weather. This is going to bring all of the losers out. This is going to be a very bad day for agents, for law enforcement, for ICE. They're going to create a horrible situation in Minneapolis today. This is going to be bad. United Spot says someone's going to blame Trump for this. They already are. Tim Walz has already blamed Trump for it in a tweet this morning. Already. And I know typically you always have this type of weather in Minneapolis, But is it supposed to hit? Is the winter storm supposed to get very, very bad up there? I guess the difference in Minneapolis versus most of the country is that they're prepared for stuff like this. But is it supposed to get really bad up there? From what we know, no, it's mainly in the South. So this probably won't create too much. The storm probably won't stop anything from happening. It'll just be very cold, but they'll still be out there. Just now hearing about it. Yeah, within the last hours when this happened.
What they call the worst of the worst illegal immigrants that are in this country and send them back to where they believe they belong. You're watching live video right now from the scene. This is near 26th and Nicollet, and you can see more chemical irritants being dispersed there at the scene to try and draw back that crowd from the area. We're going to let you watch this live for a moment so that you can participate and watch this and draw your own conclusions.
So you can participate? What does that mean? I know what he means. It was still funny. These people out here are the biggest losers on the planet. Like, you have to be a pathetic loser to be out of here right now. First, I'm hearing about a new shooting. What are the details, Jeremy? Well, we don't have a lot. All we know is that reportedly that the man was armed, and he has died. He was resisting arrest, from what we see. But that's pretty much all the deets that we have right now. Here you have an ICE agents, which has turned out that it's federal agents involved in a shooting in Minneapolis. The suspect was armed and reportedly down. So that's all we have, and he has died. So that's all we know at this particular time. I will, yeah, somebody said we might see looting. Yeah, so I will repeat what I've said many times. If you are, first of all, I want to preface everything I'm saying is sarcastic for comedic purposes, okay? Let me just put that out there. Now, with that said, if you are in Minneapolis and you are looking for safe haven, go to your local bookstore. I have it on good authority that they will not loot a bookstore. However, stay as far away as possible from all stores that have Nike Air Jordans, all right, PlayStation 5s, Nintendo Switch, Xboxes, things like that. But if you go to a bookstore, you will be 100% safe from all looting. Thank you. That's being very sarcastic, okay? I'm being very sarcastic.
A federal agent. We're just getting in a statement now from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, and she says, quote, "We are aware of reports of a federal agent having shot an individual in Minneapolis.
Public library works too, yes.
We are working with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to coordinate a state response. The scene must be secured by local law enforcement for the collection and preservation of evidence. We expect the federal government to allow the BCA to process this scene," end quote. And that is a key sentence right there, because in the shooting of Renee Good, the BCA was not allowed to become a part of that investigation. What we do know this morning is that one man has died in this shooting, And we do not know the circumstances, the official circumstances around it, although this is the video from earlier. Leah, you've seen this many times now. Walk us through this.
Well, I'm watching it in real time, exactly like you are. You can see a scuffle. You can see someone on the ground there, but then they get back up. So I cannot see from this angle very well who the victim is.
He put her on the spot.
You can't hear anything, so I don't.
He put her on the spot, and she had to wing that one. Listen to that. Listen to how she had to act. She had no idea.
You can't angle. See someone.
Video from earlier. Leah, you've seen this many times now. Walk us through this.
Well, I'm watching it in real time, exactly like you are. You can see a scuffle. You can see someone on the ground there, but then they get back up. So I cannot see from this angle very well who the victim is. You can't hear anything, so I don't know, but you can see several agents, it looks like.
Okay, so here's how
someone on the
here's how the commentary should have gone. Okay, I'll take over for her
in real time.
Leah, you've seen this many times now. Walk us through this.
Well,
what you're looking at right now is a criminal piece of shit that fucked around and found out. This man was armed and dangerous. Federal agents told him to comply with their commands. He did not. He then got the shit beat out of him. He would not listen to commands. They shot him and they killed him. This is what happens when you're a criminal and you fuck around. You find out. There you go. There's your commentary right there. Mainstream clowns.
Lots of times, Jim, that the conditions don't help right now when it's this cold in trying to preserve that evidence. So this is a challenging situation just on that side of things, of how they do that in these conditions when things are freezing by the minute. Again, this is a live look.
Where is this happening? Minneapolis.
It's hard to say if the crowd has grown or shrunk with the dispersal of some of the canisters and the smoke we've been seeing going on and off. That's been kind of on and off pattern since about 10:35 when I first started noticing some of those being thrown.
This is why I'll never work in this is why I'll never have a real media job. I'll always have a fake media job like mine. Because when she said we can't tell if the crowd has grown or shrunk, I would have chimed in and says, well, let's just pretend her name was, I don't know, Laura. Well, Laura, I can confirm you that in cold weather, 9 degrees, shrinkage definitely is a thing. I can confirm that for you. Because that's why I would get fired immediately if I was on this network.
To the City News Conference live here coming up at the bottom of the hour. We expect that at about 11:30. But I think even those of you who have been watching in the past couple of weeks, sometimes these are fluid, time-wise. They'll announce for a certain time, and then they got to push it back as more information comes in. And the federal authorities have been doing the same thing. They were originally set.
Oh, they're running. That's somebody running after.
Uh-oh.
Yep,
Whoa!
Here we go. Right in front of the cameras.
Let's go, boys. Here we go.
Is this Jaden behind the camera?
This is a Fox News camera that we're watching right now of agents
There's
taking down somebody.
3 on top of
right at the scene.
They're saying we're not shooting.
Oh, they do. Oh, go get him. Go get him. Go get him.
You fucking cowards.
You've got people there in the scene who have just been throwing ice chunks at the agents there. So you can just see how tense the situation there is this morning.
Yeah. Oh,
And it looks like that shot has now been frozen. We may have lost our feed there temporarily.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Wait, they're running.
No audio. We're losing audio now. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, this is Minneapolis. We have a federal agent involved
Photographer
shooting.
Jade.
We have that happened about an hour ago. The person that they shot has died. We don't have a lot of details. However, we have heard that the person was armed and dangerous. And now we have a bunch of protesters out here causing more problems. And I think this is only the beginning of a much worse situation that's going to develop throughout the day. Because here's what we're going to find out. I'm going to predict the future for all of you. Okay. If in fact, there's only one way to avoid this situation getting worse. Okay. If we find out that the man that died today in the shooting with federal agents, if we find out that he is a Christian conservative who voted for Trump, there will be no rioting. There will be no outrage. If we find out he's a career criminal who was illegally in this country and he was trying to bring harm to ICE agents, we will then have riots all day long. That's my prediction for what we're going to see.
Yeah, you're watching live video with us here. This is another second camera that we had there at the scene this morning where you can see a lot of people gathering, even as it's 9.
Let's see. Nick for 20 says, I saw on Twitter that Gavin Newsom is at the WEF talking mess about America. Why is it that why is he there, and why isn't mainstream media talking about this? Also, it's time for President Trump to declare the Insurrection Act on Minneapolis 199. I still, first of all, yeah, Gavin Newsom over there talking shit about America is, again, never interrupt your enemy when they're making mistakes. So let him go over there and talk about America. People are only going to look at that and how bad that makes him look. Secondly, I've been all over the place on this Insurrection Act. You know, obviously the other day I was very strongly like Trump needs to do this, but perspective has given me time to think. And it's just like, at the end of the day, none of this is making anyone look bad. I still think that if Trump goes ahead and declares the Insurrection Act, I think that's going to create more problems than solutions right now. Unfortunately, that's where we are. Because as I said, no one wants the Insurrection Act more than the Democrats and the mainstream media. They want it, because they will 100% build their Hitler narrative around that. And it will just create even more problems. Then I believe we're going to start getting more problems in other areas in the country, since we're focusing in on Minneapolis. Then you're going to have people, you know, whether it's Portland, whether it's LA, whether it's somewhere else, there's going to be another blue state where shit like this is going to start moving to. And it just is like, it's just an endless cycle of nonsense. But I do understand the concern. Trent Johnson says, FAFO. I'm not your buddy, guy. Says these people are embracing their radicalization. They are becoming literally no different than jihadists. Their ideology is dangerous. What are they saying right here?
Our reporter, Leon Purvis, who's there on the scene with all of this unfolding around him, just getting there a few minutes ago, bundling up.
Hey, we're meeting some
Leon, what can you tell us?
The general strike, the Monday.
Yeah, just take a look over here over my shoulder. You'll see there's a fire brewing at the dumpster. It looks like a dumpster fire. Some protesters have ran in the direction of.
If you needed a perfect example of what Minneapolis is under Tim Walz, a fucking dumpster fire.
Tear gas. So again, we are trying to assess the situation here, but we heard a lot of things like ICE out. People are around here are very upset in regards to what happened this morning. I just heard some type of glass break. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe it went into one of the dumpsters. but you can just see there's a dumpster fire where we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hear protesters chanting in the background.
Okay, I'm getting reports. Hold on. I'm getting reports. Okay, my producers are talking to me in my ear. I don't have producers, by the way, but my producers are talking to me. Okay, right now. Okay, we are learning that the glass actually said the N-word. Therefore, it was justifiable that they threw the glass and broke it. Okay, so we have it confirmed. The glass said the N-word. Therefore, the glass actually deserved it. We cannot hold any of the protesters accountable for the glass being broken and thrown. The glass, in fact, did say the N-word, racist glass. So there you have it, reported here first by CobraCast 199.
Who is moving the dumpster forward?
It looks like the community is.
Okay. Yep. You can see somebody throwing something more into that dumpster to perhaps fuel the fire a little more.
Leon, question 2. This is Leah. Can you also gauge any sort of numbers of how much law enforcement is there, and also from what agencies?
Law enforcement is in the center from where we're standing right here. I can't see what exactly they have on.
Okay, so you can't
but
tell.
they're in the center right now to preserve the scene.
Yeah.
And Leon, it would appear to me that you've got people arriving there, especially near the burning dumpster, that are maybe looking like they're trying to set up some kind of barrier or block off
We
the
have
streets.
a dumpster fire.
Am I seeing that right?
Yeah,
It's
typically when
amazing.
something like this happens, the community will block off the area so people don't come through here.
So if you're just tuning in, then we have more and more people rolling in. We have a federal agents involved shooting in Minneapolis. From what we have right now, you had an armed man who did not comply. There was a physical altercation, and then shots were fired. The man has since been declared dead. We don't know any specifics outside of that at the time of me, talking about this. We now have a bunch of protesters out here and agitators, basically protesting. You have a literal dumpster fire that is happening in the middle of the street, which is a great metaphor for what this entire state has become under Tim Walz. Now you have agents showing up, and that's where we are right now. John freaking Murdoch says your dumpster is on fire. Tax. Hail IDOTS. Hail 199. Happy Jessica. John freaking Murdoch, the man himself. What's up, brother? Let's see. I'm sorry. You are Vault 199 called me out. He says, why did you call them protesters? My bad. Criminals are out here causing problems.
Kind of scene control to have people move further away from the scene of the shooting there this morning at 26th and Blaisdell. This particular camera angle right now with Leon Purvis and Jaden, they're going to obviously they're moving back too for their own safety, but they're right at around Blaisdell as they observe everything that's going on.
And some of the folks, I know you're just seeing there, those folks in the yellow neon colored vests or jackets, but we did see those. They have been on scene for a while, just couldn't see them from our vantage point. But again, we don't know exactly who that is. I believe that patch looks like a state patrol
Could be
patch or some other local agency. Again, hard to tell, but they have been on scene for a while as kind of a barrier to that scene. And like you mentioned, efforts to try and process that scene. We have heard from Governor Walz just briefly a statement when he first was getting wind of this at about 10:03 this morning. I don't know if we want to bring that up, or I can just mention it, that he spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has
he blamed Trump, and he blamed
sickening.
Trump.
The president must end this operation. pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. I have been looking to see.
So you see,
Has put out anything. I saw a
Trump hasn't yet, from what I understand. But so the fact that Tim Walz, again, siding with criminals and calling the police officers untrained or the federal officers untrained is crazy, dude. Like absolutely insane. Now we have reports say that a 51-year-old man was the one that was shot and killed earlier by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis. So we're getting reports it was a 51-year-old man right now. No more details.
And then depending on how long that lasts, very quickly after that, at noon, a press conference from the federal side of things from Commander Bevito was originally scheduled for 11 o'clock, unrelated prior planning to all of this, and they thus pushed it back to noon. So I'm not sure what this is.
We have people on the streets that appear to be launching fireworks toward the law enforcement officers there at the end of the street. And again, this is all on Blaisdell Avenue in Minneapolis. And this is
okay. Apparently, people are saying this is the guy right here. The armed man who fought Border Patrol this morning in Minneapolis, seen here in a screenshot by Kim Katie. He got himself killed because he bought into Tim Walz and Jacob Fry's propaganda. Don't be this guy. He doesn't look 51. But he also, I'm not going to say who that looks like, but I'm sure the internet can say who it looks like. I think you all know. Let's see. No, it looks like Hassan. Look at that. Looks like Hassan. All right, here we go.
Busy area. It's a main artery in South Minneapolis. Those are apartments behind there. There's shops and strip malls. I mean, there is a lot of business and activity and people in that concentrated area of the city that you are not seeing on your TV screen right now. Those are all apartments behind there as this is unfolding. So this is very much in a pocket where a lot of people are living, and this is unfolding on their doorstep. You can see quite the barricade there of the dumpsters and some things that people have gathered.
The sun has a tiny
to
head,
create
though.
yet
That's
another
true.
layer of this barricade. So again, if Leon is there, I'm trying to get which is our Fox camera, which is our Leon camera. Lori, can you tell us? Is Fox the camera in the upper?
There's a lot going on today. Let's hear what this guy says, and then I want to give you another update.
Yes. So right now, you see this barrier right here. People are chanting "ICE out" now, and if we look up the street, law enforcement has moved to where the protesters were, and the protesters have moved back. And this is after the dumpster had went on fire.
Leon, give us a sense of the cross street that you're at. I know that you said once upon a time you were on Blaisdell Avenue. If you're still in there, what's the cross street if you can?
I'm still on that street right now. We're at Blaisdell Avenue and West 26th Street.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, so you're just a block away from the scene of the shooting this morning. Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate that. So this is still very close to the scene of the shooting, just about a block away where people are gathering now. You got the dumpster fire. You've got people who are trying to.
The fact that they're having to reference a dumpster fire while in Minneapolis, while rioters are out in the middle of the street causing problems, is all I know is that the good Lord above has a sense of humor. I mean, clearly God has a sense of humor.
Watching this, please stay away and express your opinions peacefully. You've heard Governor Walz, you've heard Mayor Fry, you've heard Mayor Herr begging people during the course of the past couple of weeks is to not to take the bait. And what they were referring to is do not give, in their mind, the White House any more encouragement to send either more agents here or institute the Insurrection Act that would federalize troops and bring them in to Minneapolis. And we do know that 1,500 troops have.
Okay, so now there's a ton going on. I wanted to cover the winter, storm. Then this happened, but also President Trump is pissed at Canada. He is not happy at all, and he has threatened 100% tariffs on Canada over their deal with China. That happened a few hours ago. At least I heard about it a few hours ago. Now Trump has tweeted this out. The last thing that the world needs is to have China take over Canada. It's not going to happen or even come close to happening. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, business is picking up. Business is picking up.
Able to process that as quickly as they can, given the elements. It takes humans to do that, mm-hmm. and they need to themselves, investigators, go in and take care of their bodies and make sure they are not getting frostbite in these conditions. And so it's a lot more people than just who you are seeing. And scenes like this, they need to have investigators ideally go in and out to relieve people, just because of the risk of frostbite in this situation and having to process an outdoor scene. So that's why Mary Moriarty's statement, already asking for people to submit their video and already starting that collection process from afar.
Hell. Shit.
After some more folks.
Shit. Here we go.
Here to the ground.
Here we go. This is live. This is a live feed.
A few moments ago, we witnessed someone else being taken down. And,
John freaking Murdoch says Beardo's evil twin tax.
So, this is just another instance of more enforcement going on as they try and maintain some security discipline there at the scene to protect the scene.
I agree, Whiskey Niner. I agree completely.
And look for evidence in that. I would note that you see some overturned dumpsters there that residents have done is to try and create a blockade, and we've seen this similarly happen at other scenes across the Twin Cities here. But tensions are high, especially as
sadly this is where we are.
Shooting that we've had.
We are screwed.
Weeks here in Minneapolis.
When I'm your source for news, we're fucked, and we're fucked.
Shooting this month, and the second that is now confirmed to be deadly.
For those who might be just tuning in, we are expecting a briefing, a news conference.
Yes, it's a literal dumpster fire.
Mayor Jacob Fry, along with the Minneapolis Police Chief O'Hara here, was scheduled to start right about now at 11:30. But as you know, this is a very fluid situation. It may take longer for them to hold this briefing and come together. And we are also waiting for a briefing from Border Patrol Head Commander Greg Bravino. That's supposed to be coming up at noontime today, and we presume that he will be joined by the acting director of ICE, who's in town as well, to give their side of what happens. And by the way, this was the Border Patrol briefing has been a regularly scheduled briefing now for the past several days here.
So real quick, because I just want all of my friends, family, and viewers to know that I have been marked safe from being shot by ICE because I'm not fucking retarded. And I'm assuming that's going to apply to many of you as well. But I just wanted to give that update.
We're going to be here, and we're going to stay on the air live so that you can participate and listen into these these briefings yourself. We're not going to try and interpret them for you. We want you to be able to watch it, draw your own conclusions, and process it on your own, because we feel that's important at this point.
And I do want to point out, I hope that we don't get into a situation where these press conferences are overlapping. We, of course, are doing our best, but I can think it's safe to assume that we will stick with whatever one starts first and be rolling on both, and then bring you the other one
Absolutely.
in its entirety. So again, you can draw your own conclusions and you can hear everything that we are hearing. But just looking at the time clock and some of these things starting late, it's kind of a jockeying game here. I hope we're not in a situation where these different press conferences are happening at the same time, but please know that we have crews at both and we will be rolling on both. And so we will not dip out of one.
I'm seeing some reports, however, not confirmed. I'm seeing some reports of people saying it was an illegal that was shot. But I don't know if that's the case or not. But like Inside Wire over on Twitter is claiming it was an illegal that was shot, but that was like an hour ago. So I'm not seeing that confirmed yet.
Conceivable that, both news conferences could happen at the same time. And we will continue with whoever goes up first, and then we will be recording, obviously, the second one if it happens at the same time, and bring it to you in its entirety after the first one is over. So, there is distinct possibility that those could overlap.
And just looking at the clock, and I've been at these things where you get the 5 minutes, stand by, be ready, and then 5 minutes turns into 12, turns into 20, and it just entire.
Okay, well, I got bad news for you all. Trump is done. Karen is here. Trump is over.
Hear more. Let's listen in here to this protester.
In God's image, in Jesus' image, we welcome the stranger. Go home.
Okay.
Go.
Saying go home. They are telling ICE to go home. This has been the battle cry of these protesters in Minneapolis, even before the Renee Good shooting. And then it just skyrocketed after, and it has been heightened now again.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a fun day. What's up, Drunk 3PO?
Personnel and people from the city here at this scene at 26th and Nicollet. So they definitely have moved up now. The agents, and this looks like several, they're in jeans and tennis shoes and,
It's and no doubt a Saturday morning, like the rest of the Twin Cities right now. They thought they were going to have maybe a morning off, and all of a sudden the phone rings and here they are. So it's a very fluid scene that's taking place right now in Minneapolis, and as more law enforcement tries to show up on the scene for scene control, to set a perimeter.
Border Patrol has responded. So Border Patrol agents are trained extremely well to protect themselves, their fellow agents, and innocent third parties. When a supposed peaceful protester brings a weapon, such as a loaded handgun, and brandishes it, there are going to be severe consequences and repercussions. We have pleaded with and warned the media and the politicians that their irresponsible, hate-filled, and false rhetoric is going to get people unnecessarily hurt or worse, killed when they portray our agents and officers as the aggressors. That's Tim Walz. That's Jacob Fry. 100%. That's what they've been doing. They have encouraged these reckless confrontations and attacks on our agents and officers who are performing their lawful duties, enforcing the laws that Congress has put on the books. The fake and dishonest media and the shameless politicians should be held accountable for willingly misleading the public and enticing these protesters and agitators. We have full confidence that when more facts are revealed, our agents and officers will be shown to have utilized justifiable force in eliminating the threat. Boom. Right there. But you know what? It won't matter. We have video of Renee Good literally trying to run over a fucking ICE officer. And these idiots, these leftists, these Democrats still sit there and tried to say that he killed her. Doc Rivers, NBA coach, sit there and said she was just a mother trying to get home. Shut up. It's crazy.
Security law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun seen here.
Here we go.
And they're showing the picture here in the communication that they're sending out. Quote, the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. It goes on to say, quoting now, the suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. The statement continues, quoting, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement on the scene. Crowd control measures were deployed for safety of the public and law enforcement. The situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming, end quote. This statement just coming in literally 3 minutes ago from the Department of Homeland Security. And in this communication to us, they have posted a picture of the handgun that they say was recovered from the scene there at 26th and 26th and Nicollet this morning. So this is the narrative that's now coming in from the Department of Homeland Security. We know that Greg Bavino with Border Patrol and federal authorities will most likely be talking a lot about this coming up in what we expect to be their news briefing in about 20 minutes from now, give or take a few moments.
Be
we are also waiting on a news conference with Mayor Fry and Police Chief Brian O'Hara. That also is scheduled to take place at any moment now. We have crews at
this is going to be Tim Walz is going to blame Trump. He's going to blame Trump 100%. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a struggle session over Trump.
And are taking away a couple more people. We're hearing a lot of people arrested or detained.
As they should be. Cole Hauser says, Canada is a great country. Don't fault us great people for the stupidity of our leaders. A lot of us don't support Carney and his socialist idealism. Yeah, no, Canada, like you guys have Bret Hart, okay? And even if Bret Hart in his old age has, become very bitter, Bret Hart's a fucking legend, okay? That when I think of Canada, I think about Bret the Hitman Hart in his prime. All right, that's it. So I don't judge you guys based on the Trudeaus of the world and all that. Ehab says, did the man who died fire or draw his pew pew first? According to reports, it sounds like he did. Let's see. Shark Adventures says, or Shark Denture says, losers, they are being paid to do what they love. Samuel says, it's just worse. Activist judges have struck again. They released the 3 arrested for Don Lemon's attack on church. Yep, they did. Let's see. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says, these leftists are the same people celebrating Charlie Kirk and Ashley Babbitt's death, and now they are crying. And then Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says, did you see your boy Zach defending the nut job trying to drive into ICE agents? He's another Ashley St. Clair. He grifted conservative audiences, and now he's nonstop attacking Gary, Drinker, and Ripa. I literally don't pay attention to that guy. I didn't even know who he was until like people, I guess, back in the day mentioned him. But yeah, speaking of irrelevant, that's irrelevant. Ugly Ducky says, we can come to watch you because Con Inc. are all enjoying their weekends while this is going on. Don't worry. They'll get to it on Monday, only after it's over and the narrative is set against us. Correct. 1000% correct. That is it. Con Inc.'s like, we're going to take the weekend off and enjoy our time with our, families and friends and all of our money. I'm here doing the tough job, streaming on a Saturday and just having to deal with super chats. My life is terrible. I tell you, man, my life is terrible.
That the suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID, no identification. And then they go on to say, according to, again, Homeland Security, this looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Again, that is according to Homeland Security and part of their statement and their view of what has unfolded here in South Minneapolis. This morning, we are waiting to hear other statements from the city, from local law enforcement. If there's any similarities or differences, time will tell. We don't know yet, and we are waiting and standing by for those comments.
And in the statement from the Department of Homeland Security, these are key words, and you no doubt remember hearing this from the shooting of Renee Good here 2 weeks ago. And the statement and the key words are this: fearing for his life. And it's a key statement because that is the language that the U.S. Supreme Court, in a very famous case going back to 1989, used to establish the justification for deadly force of a law.
All right, so we do have, apparently we're going to have Tim Walz or either Jacob Fry live, maybe both of them, along with, I guess, law enforcement. Then we're going to have a separate news conference. And those are both supposed to happen within the next, any time in the next 30 minutes, apparently. So we're waiting for that right now. Southeastern Kaiju says a reporter called the protesters community. Oh, of course he did. JRG Project says, I have a Barnes & Noble next to my place as a bookworm. That's comforting. Massive Roman history fan. Let's see. UP Shoot says, in PJ's Lord of the Rings, looks like the man from Rohan caused the attack on Helm's Deep. Similar situation by the left. They want this to attack. Rachel Thor, did I say that correctly? Here in Wisconsin, we have a freezing A attempts from the storm. 199, first time super chatter. First time? Let's freaking go. Well, thank you. Be safe up there. Be safe up there. Ryan Miller says, at this point, the Trump administration really needs to follow the money and crack down on who's funding these riots and who is paying these clowns. Mark of Reality says, all the church crashers were let out by judges. We need to switch to military enforcement and court martials, military tribunals. Nick Too Shy says, always follow the money. George Soros is paying for these rioters. He funds the entire Democrat Party. Asman brought this up a while ago. Vault 199 says the entire South was put under occupation 1865, 1876. Trent Johnson says the glass was based. Let's see if we got any updates from the media here.
The courtesy of who goes first and who goes second. So, yeah, we will be bringing that to you in its entirety. It is interesting that, here it is, 11:44. The statement from Homeland Security, came out just.
And again, Border Patrol has released. This is an official statement from them. I read it just a little bit earlier, but the important thing is we have full confidence that when more facts are revealed, our agents and officers will be shown to have utilized justifiable force in eliminating the threat. So they're letting you know that we ain't fucking around. Hang on. We got more chaos
and smoke going off. Some more
people
running.
dragging canned dumpsters, whatever they can, to form a blockade in the road there as well. I keep waiting. I keep refreshing the president's social media channel, of course, in Truth Social.
Everybody wants to hear what Trump has to say.
Nothing from the president yet, whether he is still being briefed upon this or waiting for federal officials to hold their news conference here, presumably in about another 15 minutes or so. We of course don't know, but the moment that we hear anything from the president, we will certainly relay that to you as well. Lori, there was some communication this morning from Senator Klobuchar.
Okay, so I'm careful about playing some of the video clips. However, I will show you this tweet from Eric, who says, just in, slowed down video proves the armed man in Minneapolis began to draw his firearm before border agents took him to the ground. Self-defense, case closed. The left lied again. Probably radicalized by Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. F-A-F-O. I'm going to play it. Fuck it. So here is hard to tell what's going on in that situation. It's hard to really understand all of this. But again, the facts don't matter. These idiots don't care. And that's the sad reality of where we are. So again, like I said, if you want these people to stop, come out with a report that says that this guy was a Christian conservative who cared about his family, was raising his kids. He only believed in two genders. He voted for Trump. And all of these people will be like, oh, well, he deserved it then. Let's go back home. That's the only way you can calm these idiots down. That's it.
Fellow agents and innocent third parties. Well, wait, we're getting the statement in just a moment here.
Oh, yeah, how much water is on that now? Yeah, that's gonna.
Again, if Trump is a dictator and ICE agents are there to just kill people, all of these people would be mowed down immediately.
The U.S. Border Patrol, it says Border Patrol agents are trained extremely well to protect themselves, their fellow agents, and innocent third parties. When a supposed, quote, peaceful protester brings a weapon, such as a loaded handgun, and brandishes it, there are going to be severe consequences and repercussions. So we have pleaded with and warned the media and the politicians that their irresponsible, hate-filled, and false rhetoric is going to get people unnecessarily hurt or worse, killed when they portray our agents and officers as the agitators. They've encouraged these reckless confrontations and attacks on our agents and officers who are performing their lawful duties and enforcing the laws that Congress has put on the books. It goes on to say that the fake and dishonest media and shameless politicians should be held accountable for willfully misleading the public and enticing these protesters and agitators. We have full confidence that when more facts are revealed, our agents and officers will be shown to have utilized justifiable force in eliminating the threat. We are being as transparent as possible and bringing this all to you on every side and every statement that we are receiving as it is happening. We have been live with you since just a few minutes after this occurred. So lots of reactions coming in.
Okay, so we are currently waiting for the press conference to take place. We will have coverage of both press conferences. Philip says suicide by cop Hassan looks older than that guy. Is it Norvsker? Says I don't have an X, so I have to Google and keep pulling up Newsom's X account when looking up people like Benny and Tortor. Fuck Google. Respect. Dracon for a 199 says hail. Bearded Storm Shadow says Minnesota paid protesters are patriots, but previous president called you a terrorist if you didn't get the jab. Walz, Fry, incitement and incited an insurrection. Trump didn't. This is true. Net Steeler says, did you see what the Arizona AG said yesterday? I did not. Darth Gavel says Greenland 51st, Canada 52nd, Mexico 53rd, Cuba 54th, Venezuela 55th, and on and on. Trump will secure our future with or without the world's consent. Darth Manic says Minneapolis burns while I'm playing Power Wash Sim 2 and watching Cobra Cast as it snows. Loving life. Mazda Soprano says your life is terrible. You don't have ads to shill. Struns says, damn it, man. I'm trying to get stuff done today, but all of this shit happening. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Is this live?
Based on the limited amount of information that we have thus far this morning, and then I will provide some comments myself. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received a report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male.
37?
Who is a Minneapolis resident.
That makes sense.
And we believe he is an American citizen.
Because the 51, he did not look 51.
We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse.
Sign language guys
we
are
are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
What? Did you just say please?
I just saw a video
What?
of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values?
Oh.
How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, Stand with Minneapolis.
Oh my God.
Stand up for America.
So much.
Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again, to make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now? Or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director Sayer.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering, just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents. And the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones.
We don't
in
fucking
Yemen,
care.
Haiti, Syria,
We
Iraq,
don't fucking
and Ukraine.
care.
What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now between local, federal law enforcement, or cooperation, or where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
Yeah, I'll turn it to the chief to answer.
So the question was, there is an incredibly volatile scene in South Minneapolis right now, and the extent of communication with law enforcement agencies. We have established a command post that is led by Minneapolis Police, and there are representatives from all of the regional, local, county, and state organizations. We have had communication with Homeland Security, but they have not been able to provide us any specific details around the incident itself. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of people on the streets of our city, and we are doing everything that we can to maintain the peace right now, led by Minneapolis Police, but with the help of the Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin and Ramsey County Sheriffs. Several suburban towns are in the city helping us with 911 calls. We have done an emergency recall of all sworn personnel back to duty. And we are working with the fire department right now to ensure that 2 small fires that were started in the area are safely extinguished. But again, we need everyone to avoid the area if possible. And the people who are in the area, we understand your frustrations. This is not sustainable. But we need people to leave the area at this time.
Is the National Guard involved?
We have communicated with the National Guard. They have been on standby for several days, and we have ensured the National Guard, as well as all of the local law enforcement partners, are aware of the situation.
Chief and Mayor, if I can ask you, this is a statement from Tricia McLaughlin, spokesperson from DHS. She said in her statement, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Seen here, they showed a picture of it. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired.
Go ahead and defend the criminal. Go ahead.
Medics on
Go
the
ahead.
scene immediately delivered medical aid. Is that what happened?
So Minneapolis Police, the question was, you read a statement from DHS saying that a weapon was presented and there was attempts to disarm the person. Again, like I stated earlier, Minneapolis Police, as well as our supervisors, our watch commander, responded to the scene. We were not provided any public safety statement around the incident, what happened. We have since seen a video that is circulating online, like thousands of other people have at this time. So we do not know what happened prior to the recording that is online right now. I immediately called for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond, to conduct an investigation. They are on the scene. I believe the FBI is on the scene as well. But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets, and we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Chief, can you clarify, was MPD cut out of this investigation? Has the BCA been cut out, as we've seen from the 2 previous shootings?
The question was, has MPD been cut out of the investigation, and has the BCA been cut out? As I stated, I immediately requested the BCA to respond. It's my understanding that they are on the scene. I have not heard anything otherwise. There was initially some information was relayed to me over the radio that our officers were told that they were either not needed or could leave. And I gave a direct order to ensure that Minneapolis police maintain the scene as well as other state and local law enforcement.
Can you talk about the
Do you know
discrepancy
whether it
with?
was multiple officers involved in the shooting or one officer? And do you know their whereabouts? Are they in custody at all or still on the scene?
So the question was, is there multiple officers involved in the shooting? That is the preliminary information. That is our understanding, that it was more than one law enforcement officer involved in the discharge. And again, there is public video that shows several law enforcement officers in a scuffle with someone.
Can you talk about the discrepancy? The initial reports said that the victim here was 51 years old. The information that you have, where's that from?
So the question was, the
He doesn't
initial
look
reports said the
51.
victim was 51. The information that I have is we sent Minneapolis police officers to the hospital with the individual who was shot, and they have since identified that person.
Two more questions.
Do you have a name of the individual who was shot?
I do, and I'm not releasing it.
Are you able to talk, have you been able to talk with top ICE and Border Patrol officials to ask them to please be in on this, or have you talked to them, or have you been rejected?
The question was, have we talked with federal law enforcement to be in on this? We have had conversations with Homeland Security Investigations this morning. We are told they do not have any information to share at this time, but we will attempt to maintain those communications going forward.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that they have no information to share at this time?
The question was, do I believe that they have no information to share at this time? I don't know if the individual that we were in contact with would or not. This is a Saturday morning. And just like it was for us, it was a scramble to do an emergency recall and to get people to the scene.
All right, thank you guys. We'll have more information if we get any later throughout the day.
What a pathetic news conference. First of all, KRS-10, a proper 199 says, obviously people are pissed that Minneapolis is still standing and this is just going to keep happening to us. I am also reminded why I stopped watching local news. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And that press conference was unfucking believable. It's expected. Nobody's surprised by it. But the fact that he literally begged the criminals and the rioters to not burn the city to the ground tells you everything you need to know about this situation. Also, the fact that they just don't simply stand with law enforcement is unbelievable. Like, the response should be, we have heard DHS and Border Patrol's release, and we stand firmly with, Border Patrol and DHS and law enforcement officers that are here to help, take this tense situation down a notch. We would never encourage anyone to bring weapons or draw weapons. That's all they have to fucking say. But instead, they're going to be like, well, we heard the report, but we need to do our own investigation. They are treating federal agents like criminals. And they're siding with criminals like they're law enforcement. That's what they're doing. And again, this comment right here says everything you need to know.
For people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
Oh my God. I can't believe he stood up on a podium and said, please don't destroy our city. Holy shit. This is unbelievable. This is the equivalent of, hey guys, as long as we just put up a sign that says no guns, we're good. We just need to put up a sign. And if we put up the sign that says no guns, the criminals won't bring guns. All right, are we there? You just skipped out for a minute. I don't know if you lost me, but I lost all of you for a minute. I can't believe that this happened. This is incredible. Wow. I froze for a minute. Okay, well, we're back now. Please don't burn our city to the ground. If you've ever needed a more kind of specific example of why Minnesota is in this position, that's it right there. Please, criminals, please, can you just not burn our city to the ground? Incredible. Wow. So now let's go back here. Is this live? Is this live right here?
Are now classifying as an unlawful assembly here.
This is not live. This is a little bit earlier.
Where the crowd has been growing, but kind of, it's been growing, it's been shrinking, it's been pushed back from the agents that are there. But Minneapolis police, they have asked people multiple times to leave that area. This is from the tweet that the Department of Homeland Security shared, referring to the 9mm handgun and the 2 magazines that apparently, according to Homeland Security, were found with the 37-year-old.
Yeah, Minneapolis police, why don't you just put some signs up to say, please don't burn our city to the ground? And that'll stop them, just like the guns. Just put the sign up and the guns, and they're like, oh, fuck. I mean, if you just put signs up, hey, could you not rape our women? Hey, can you not bring guns? Hey, can you not burn the city to the ground? Signs work. All criminals see the sign and they go, fuck, I was just about to come in here and rape a bunch of women, but there's a sign that says I can't. A strongly worded sign. Therefore, guys, we got to go somewhere else. We can't do it here in Minneapolis. They got signs up. What the fuck are we doing? You kidding me?
Fires there at the scene. Presumably, those are the dumpster fires that Leon and Jaden were showing us from the scene there this morning at basically Blaisdell and 26th Street.
Yeah, they have a command. Minneapolis police say they have a command post there. It was a scramble on a Saturday morning for them as well to get there and respond, but they do have local.
Nandor says, credit to you for thinking they can read signs. Speaking of that, do you want to know what's going on in wonderful Minneapolis? Do you want to know? How about this video right here? Must watch. It's wicked cold here in Minneapolis. So me and the BC preacher went to Walmart to get hand warmers. Let's see how that goes.
Hey. Hand warmers? Hand warmers.
Hand
Warmers?
I know it's a Bloomington's here.
Thank
I don't know hand is that chicken?
Hand warmers.
What? What? Chicken? What? Holy shit.
Hand warmers.
Hand.
Warmers?
I know it's a Bloomington's here.
Thank
I
you.
don't know hand is that chicken?
Hand warmers.
Chicken?
Hand warmers? Hand warmers? Hand warmers?
Hand warmers?
Hand warmers?
Yeah, that's right. Close to pharmacy.
Close to what?
Pharmacy.
Pharmacy.
Oh.
Okay.
What was that noise?
Crayons? You guys have crayons? Crayons?
Crayons?
Crayons.
Pharmacy area?
Crayons.
Crayons?
To be fair, this is kind of how all men are treated when we go into a store and ask where something's at. To be fair, that is how all men are treated. Nobody wants to help a man. So if a man asks where something's at, nobody cares. Now, with that said, this is next level shit, though.
Crayons.
Crayons? Crayons. Oh.
Hand warmers?
He's just standing there.
chicken.
There you have it right there. Absolutely incredible. I mean, that is I can't say I'm surprised. Chicken? All right, let's hear what's going on here.
We do know that the FBI came in. I was here earlier when the FBI came in. They had their cars come in. They had over the loudspeaker identifying themselves, saying,
What's
"This
up,
is
Dan?
FBI. Let us into the scene. We are here to investigate." So they are in there. We also have ambulance here. We know some EMSs just arrived on the scene. I'm not totally sure why or what they're doing. They've gone through past the tape at this point, so I don't know what they're doing here. So that's the latest. Just one moment, man. Sorry. Just that's the latest here from the scene that I can tell you as we work to get more. Of course, once we learn more, hear more, we'll send it back to you guys. For now, though.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Kelly. The police chief just told us that this is now being referred to as an unlawful assembly. I'm curious from where you're at. Have you heard those repeated requests, demands for the crowd to leave? They want people to leave and stay away from that area and are calling it an unlawful assembly. Are you hearing that from where you're at?
Not where I am, and I apologize if there's a little bit of a delay. I'm getting a little bit of feedback in my earpiece, but at this side of the corner and this side of the street, they have not said that, but I understand our photographer who was on the other side said that was established and made clear to folks, but they have not said that on this side. So I don't know if that's coming our way. I don't know if you just saw that, but looks like paramedics were just walking into the scene. So I don't know the difference. It sounds like the crowd on the other side is much bigger from what people are telling us. That could be coming our way, but at this point, no, not here, at least on this side at 27th and 1st.
Okay. And Kelly, we just noticed as you were talking to us, they were taking a gurney in through the crowd behind you. We're going to let you try and establish what exactly is going on there, and we'll come back to you here in a moment. We know it's cold out there. We know you came in your day off. We deeply appreciate your efforts to help us be eyes.
Oh, thank you so much for coming in on your day off. Really appreciate. Oh, wow, brave and stunning. How brave and stunning you are.
But you talked about a rally that they're trying to establish in that neighborhood for later today. Did any of them tell you about what time that rally is?
Say
that again.
I believe it was 1 o'clock. They're handing out flyers at this point, and they're just saying the rally at this scene. So, I mean, hypothetically, anywhere in this general vicinity, because the scene is not far from where we are, further down. But I don't know exactly who is organizing it, but they're handing out pamphlets. They've got water here. They have hand warmers. One gentleman who lives nearby is allowing people to use the restroom in his apartment.
Somebody said it's like 20 below. I think it's like 9 below. And it is cold. And look, man, anybody getting out there in that environment is respectable. I don't want to dismiss that. What I will say is, where you don't have to do stuff like this? In red states. You could be enjoying your Saturday right now if you were in a red state, lady. But you're in a fucking blue state, and you, the media, are complicit in the world that you have. You, the media, lie and cover for people like Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. So this is the world you created.
What they're trying to, say to ICE is clear. They want them out. But we'll try to get some more information on that about the rally itself.
All right. Kelly O'Connell coming to us from the scene near 26th and Nicollet this morning, where we have a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident who is now confirmed dead. He is an American citizen, according to Chief O'Hara. And we also have to, and we can't emphasize this enough, we do not know all of the details that have come in, but the Department of Homeland Security is alleging that the victim brought a 9mm handgun to the scene and may have threatened officers with it. Officers defensively shot him and killed him there on the scene. And that is the information and the facts that We know them at this moment. We are expecting a briefing from Department of Homeland Security, particularly Border Patrol agent Greg Bavino, that could happen at any moment. Now, we are also talking to Leah, and you heard her say that.
Yeah, I mean, technically Minnesota is a red state, but you've got nothing but blue leadership, especially I mean, at the top you got Tim Walz and Jacob Fry. Sadly enough,
deemed and
unlawful assembly.
Unlawful assembly. Thank you, Leah. And they're asking people to leave. So please keep that in mind.
Yeah, they have emphasized that repeatedly, both in statements and then saying it in their news conference a few moments ago. Going back to the tiny bit that we know about the individual that was killed, again, 37-year-old white male, believed to be an American citizen, a Minneapolis resident, according to Minneapolis police. They obviously know his name, but are not sharing it at this point. Looking him up, they say that only interactions they've had with him in the past have been traffic tickets, and that they also believe him to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So that is the tiny bit about the person who lost their life in this that we know about them.
What I mean, like, Minnesota's red, like California's red. California is actually a red state, but you have these blue pockets. Like, look at the map of Minnesota. It's almost all red except for this heavy blue area that completely distorts everything that happens within the state.
Quote, the end of his statement that he gave out this morning. And I need to note that this statement was made by the governor before the DHS narrative came out, with the victim bringing a gun to the scene, a 9mm handgun that
doesn't mean shit. It means that there's probably a ton of fraud happening in those heavy blue areas. It means that there's a ton. Because, like I said, with California has more registered Republicans than any state in the country. And we fail to realize that because we get so blindsided by the heavy blue areas that dominate it. But the heavy majority of California is actually red. There's just too much fraud in these heavy blue areas.
Their news conference. Rob, it looks like you were in that news conference. Can you give us a brief synopsis as to what they said?
Real quick, hang on.
Yeah. This is something, where we heard from the mayor first and then the chief, Brian O'Hara.
Here, this is what Minnesota, this is the 2024 presidential election. Kamala Harris won by what? A couple points or whatever. That's what Minnesota looks like. Right there. And guess what dominates the majority of the narrative there? Right there. Right there. That's it. It's crazy, man. But that's what happens with fraud.
In the MPD, they're scrambling to get everybody
Little
called
Somalia
in to deal with this, to handle this, to make sure that this does not grow out of control. That is certainly their fear here, that things could really continue to escalate in terms of unrest. And they said very clearly that they do not want to see anything like that happen. Do not
let Canada take that part. Well, speaking of Canada, President Trump has a message for Canada and Governor Carney. President Trump says if Governor Carney thinks he is going to make Canada a drop-off port for China to send goods and products into the United States, he's sorely mistaken. China will eat Canada alive, completely devour it, including the destruction of their businesses, social fabric, general way of life. If Canada makes a deal with China, it will immediately be they will be immediately hit with 100% tariff against all Canadian goods and products coming into the USA. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. He called him Governor Carney. You love it. You love it.
Guard vehicles heading west towards the airport. Now, obviously, the National Guard Air Base is there at the airport. Maybe that was something routine. Maybe not, because we know that they have been on alert, on standby. So we'll try to find out if there's any more activity in terms of staging the National Guard if they are needed in this situation. But again, the mayor and the chief both calling for calm here.
Yeah, no, they're not calling for calm at all. Blackguard for 20 says, I've noticed time and time again, it's always President Trump that has to be the leader to solve the crisis at hand. They'll never be a leader, then pretend to be mad when Trump tries to solve the problem they created every single time. Every single time. ArcLight with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, ArcLight. Appreciate that. 1992 Space Movie says, this is why I don't ask for help at Walmart and use the Walmart app. It tells you what aisle it's on, and I don't have to talk to anyone. The employees don't know anything. Well, hang on. Is this live? Let me cut into this for a minute.
1,500 soldiers from the 11th Airborne in Alaska. These are cold weather soldiers, presumably used to this kind of climate, especially when it's now 7 below zero outside. But it's been the fear all along from the governor, the mayor, the police chief, that an incident such as this, and like what we've had now repeatedly in the Twin Cities, could bring in federal troops, which is what no one wants. And Rob, I have to believe that's an overarching reason as to why our local leaders, you heard it again in your news conference there, that they are just, they are asking for calm. And Rob, I'm going to let the delay play out here for you to give your thoughts on that. We lost Rob Olson there at City Hall. Karen Scullen,
Let's see. San Francisco 49er Brian says, Jared, who you got tomorrow in the NFL? Changing the subject. Sorry. Tomorrow, this is not going to be, it's not going to make people happy, but I think it's going to be Seattle and New England in the Super Bowl. Seattle, New England. Yep. I would rather see New England and the Rams. I think that's a better matchup, but I feel like the Seahawks are going to win tomorrow. And I think, and I'm going Patriots, Seahawks is who I'm picking. Should be a good day. Should be a good day of football. Patriotic Eagle says, so happy to live in Florida where this doesn't happen. P.S. Walmart worker here. And I can tell you at my store, about 45% of employees that do not speak English. Yeah, even in Florida, that is a problem. Like with Walmart workers not speaking English and not caring. Even in Florida, it's a fucking problem. Especially the further south Florida you go, the worse it gets. I've been in stores in South Florida where I felt like I was in another country. It's crazy. Let's see here. Again, thank you for the proper 199. Be safe in Minnesota, brother. Be safe. Antbox says, who's your favorite member of Trump's cabinet? I got to give it to Pam Bondi. We need more powerful women in positions of power. That's obviously a sarcastic one, but I mean, the biggest surprise of Trump's entire cabinet is Marco Rubio. He's been phenomenal. He really has. So, Andrew CR says, Benology going to sign language. Was he fired from G&G? Yes, rightfully so. By the way, tonight, because I know you brought this up, Becky, Jeremy says Mario Kart World had an update. Will you stream it soon? RIP Bro Island. Tonight, Krista and I will be streaming Mario Kart World live, probably on Geeks and Gamers Play. We will have our locals members join us. So tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's the time we're shooting for. Peter says, do you really think Dems will try to impeach after midterms? Seems pointless since Vance would just take over, but Dems aren't exactly logical. Hail 199. If they win the midterms, they will absolutely impeach Trump because it's not about impeachment. It's about the narrative they can build. They want to say that he was once again an impeached president. It's about the label that they can attach to Trump. It's just like when they arrested him. They knew that they were never going to actually put him in jail. It was all about what? Labeling him, a convicted felon. That's all it was about. It was never about anything beyond that. That's how the left operates.
Being fired off.
It's
and
all
those
about
appear
labels.
to be federal
agents.
agents there. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, federal agents. And the camera that we're looking at right now, we've got several cameras on the scene, but I believe this is the one that's coming to us from our colleagues at Fox News, who have had tremendous access to a lot of. Oh, this is Siraj. This is Siraj. Okay. This is Siraj Zarim, one of our exceptional photojournalists on the scene now giving this. And oh, Siraj, please, I'm worried about your safety as well. Don't get succumbed by the gas that's now floating your way.
Yeah, that's potent. You know, I got it the first week. And we got Jaden top left and Siraj on the right there, both of our photojournalists. They're in the thick of it as all of this unfolds. You know, I want to bring your attention to something. You know, I know you were reading the DHS statement about what happened earlier when this all unfolded with the struggle. And it says the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. What we don't know is if that person that they were struggling with fired.
Well,
did he fire?
We don't.
Did they already take the gun? Some people are saying, you know, agents had already taken the gun during the struggle. So it's really, really unclear and very important that we ultimately learn what.
No, it's pretty clear a criminal was trying to harm law enforcement, and that criminal fucked around and found out. It's pretty clear. It's pretty damn clear what happened.
And here's the gun that they recovered, according to DHS. This is the gun they recovered with 2 magazines from that person that they were struggling with. That 37-year-old
we don't know
male.
if this weapon was ever fired.
We don't.
And it could be a situation too where if the chief said he had a permit to carry, was this concealed, and in some way during a struggle with law enforcement, his jacket unzipped and law enforcement saw the weapon there and instantly took defensive
or was
measures.
he reaching for it?
Or was he reaching for it?
Know.
We don't know any of that yet. The one thing Karen and I can say,
her name's Karen, that's fine.
Confidence is that you and I have been doing this our entire careers, and the one thing is that we've learned is that if you bring a firearm to a scene where there are police officers, the outcome is usually never good.
It's not good. It's not good. But we really do need to wait and see. And we were supposed to hear from Greg Bovino with Border Patrol at noon, but we are still waiting for him to speak and give updated details on what unfolded here. Interesting, too, these last couple of shootings before this one have been ICE agent shootings. This one has been recognized as a Border Patrol shooting. So a different agent from a different agency, involved in this one. And you're looking at chopper video right now. Obviously, more tear gas being sent out there.
This is the first.
What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. Jim says these leftards want to destroy our country during the nation's birthday. They really hate us. Sad but true. Sad but true. Chris says Minneapolis is looking like Mogadishu. No wonder these Somalis feel at home in Minneapolis. Well, if you remember right here,
it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice, you know.
Bananas and rice. Oh boy. Bananas and rice. Good Lord.
2 of them now fatal. The one from last week, not fatal, man shot in the leg. So it is getting very stressful for the folks out there, not only, protesters, but just people trying to live their lives that are being shaken up by what's going on and what continues to go on between ICE agents and protesters. And that's our own Kelly O'Connell.
Oh, looks like she's running from the scene, right?
Kelly,
I think she's running inside.
Running the tear gas.
And she was saying how just a few moments ago that there was a neighbor there in in the vicinity who was opening up his apartment to people who needed to use the restroom. They had water there at the scene. They were giving out hand warmers, but the neighbors were being as helpful as they could to some of the observers who were coming out there at the scene. But obviously, Kelly was trying to run away from something there. And we'll get to her here shortly when it is safe for us to do so.
Yeah, when you do get hit with that pepper ball or tear gas, just from experience, it is, you cannot function at that point.
No.
It burns, and it burns badly, especially if you have contact lenses and it gets in your eyes. And, online it sort of says 15 minutes. It was an hour and a half for me. So it's really hard to
JB
recover
username
from
says,
that. And of course,
I
want to
say it in the
lungs,
comments.
which burns as
Handle
well.
it, brother.
It's
Handle
not
it.
so much scary because you're going to be okay. It's not meant to do any permanent damage, and it doesn't. But it is very, very painful. So I'm glad she got in and out of the way. Hopefully,
and it depends on what kind of agent they're using too. We
Kelly
just
does
got,
it, yeah.
yeah, Kelly's okay. We just got communication from her. If it's an OC trying chemical as well, those attack the mucous membranes, and you instantly start to swell. And look, we're at 7 below zero outside, and one of the remedies is to douse the chemical from your face. Well, it's 7 below.
Right,
It's going to freeze instantly.
I think we're going to try to go to Kelly O'Connell right now, who is out there on the scene. And Kelly, it looks like, sounded like you were hit with some of that tear gas, but you're okay?
There's a delay when it. Oh no, audio's not working.
We're trying to get a hold of Kelly here. We have a delay that's out at the scene right now, and her microphone might not be turned on. So we're trying to ascertain what the technical problem is here, and we'll get back to Kelly any moment. And keep in mind, with the temperatures this cold outside, our equipment, the batteries just don't last, as you know, with your cell phones and what other battery-operated devices that you have. But it's this brutal cold is just brutal on our broadcast equipment too.
Oh, absolutely. Things just freeze.
And they break.
They don't work.
And they break.
Yeah, and they break. But we have actually several reporters out there on scene. We have several cameras.
I like how they're starting to push this narrative that the man that was killed by federal agents was a lawful gun owner. Since when does the left care if you're a lawful gun owner or not? I thought that it was guns bad, period. And if you own a gun, you are bad. Now suddenly this guy they're claiming is a lawful gun owner, and that's their big narrative that they're going to go, he was a lawful gun owner. Oh, really? So that's important to you? People owning guns is important to you? It's almost like you just spin whatever narrative you want based on the circumstances. That's it. Obi-Wan99 says, hang on. Obi-Wan Kenobi 99. For 50 says, let's see, I'm Cameron Strickland. I'm the one with the Michael Jordan picture that thanked you for never bending the knee 3 years ago. I also follow Beardo on Twitch as Batman82509. Fear the Queer. Big Bird to the 199 out. Also, first super chat. Look at there. First super chat. Hail to you. Let's freaking go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep. I've seen so many people that were like, I can't believe this guy's still doing this, talking about me, because a lot of people watched me back from like 2018 and all that. And yep, still here, still plugging away. It's all we can do. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me go back up here. Oh, let's hear what these people have to say. Oh, I got to hear this.
Community.
Hang on.
Because of
Hang
such
on,
a tragedy.
Smoke that
We got to hear
followed,
this. We got to hear this.
Kind of starting to come back into the area here. I do want to just chat with these two folks here. We've got beating drums. You guys have done this before. You're kind of off in the side. You're being very peaceful. And why'd you decide to come out here this morning?
We saw what happened, the guy that got shot, we saw what happened, and we wanted to show up for our community and be there for our community because of such a tragedy. And it's so sad that this is happening in our community.
you guys both live here locally. Why did you want to be out here? You've said you've done protests before, but not this. This is your first time coming out, going on in the last couple of days?
Yeah. Most recently, this is one I've gone to. I wanted to be here because when I woke up, the video was the first thing I saw this morning. And I mean, we don't have all the details yet, but I think from what you see in the video, it's very clear that there was a overuse of lethal force when it wasn't necessary. He was resisting arrest, which is something they deal with daily, so it doesn't make sense to use lethal force. So we wanted to come out here, make it known that we're against this. This is not okay. This should not be happening in Minnesota or anywhere in the country. And, you know, just using our rights and making sure we keep them.
Are you guys worried to be out here at all?
Yeah, I'm pretty scared, but I think it's important to show up for your community and be there. And I think it's important that we show up in crowds as well.
Ladies, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. We're hearing from a lot of people, some people who have been out here every single day, some folks who have been here for the last couple of weeks, and then obviously some folks who decided for the first time to come out here.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Galaxy Express Media for 20 on Rumble says, I will say it here because YouTube won't. It's time for the Insurrection Act now. I'm all over the place on this, man, with the Insurrection Act, because like I said, this is what the Dems want. That's it, man. This is what the Dems want. They want the Insurrection Act. They want it. And the media wants it. And I just don't know if that's going to solve the problem or not. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. But I do know that these people want this. That's what they're motivated by. And I don't know if it cures the problem because it'll just happen in the next town or the next place. You know what I mean?
He talked about how he experienced some of this stuff even in combat, saying that even as a soldier trying to minimize any situation with civilians. So he decided, look, I need to come out here. He was there at the protest yesterday, the rally, and he said, what a juxtaposition, less than 24 hours of an incredible display of peace, as he calls it, for walking through the streets of Minneapolis. And now this, and he's just...
Jeremy, were you at the insurrection on J6? Sadly, no. I wish I would have been. National holiday.
They're throwing at us in a residential neighborhood. This is not tear gas. This is gas that is banned for military use. This gas causes permanent lung damage and lung cancer, and they're throwing it at us in a residential neighborhood when we are peaceful, observing protesters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Again, guys, so we'll try to get some more information. Obviously, there's a lot of emotions here. A lot of people are here. Tensions are high. It does seem to have calmed down a little bit because, as you guys have seen over the last couple of days too, once the federal agents leave the scene, it does seem to calm a bit. And it looks like nearly all federal agents have left, is what I can see. I do see what looks to be a fire station. It looks like a fire truck. And we know that EMS was on the scene as well. I just see ambulance too. So we'll try to get closer now that it's opened up and see what's going on that side.
Friggin' soy boy. He's like, this is being thrown in a residential area, and I am so offended. I am so upset about this. My goodness, man. All right. Let's see here. We got any more updates? Social media is crazy right now. And again, all of this is happening while there's this massive winter storm that is covering the United States of America. So I don't even know, like, okay, what is this right here? Armored vehicle. Okay, this is about an hour ago. Armored vehicle entering the scene near the shooting in Minneapolis. The crowd tries to block the vehicle as protesters throw objects. So right here, this is your peaceful protesters right here. Oh yeah, that's going to stop the armored vehicle. Boy, you got him. Man. Oh God. This is literal criminal activity. This is criminal. This is insane.
Have your attention, please.
It's the National Guard.
Ooh, man. Hey, that guy right there. Oh, man, that guy in the yellow, he's just flipping them off, man. How will they ever recover from that? How will they ever recover?
I don't know if that's a Minneapolis police officer or not, but there we go. Yep,
There
it
we
is
go.
Minneapolis police. So they are out there assisting State Patrol with keeping the peace. And they have said that that is what they would do. They don't assist in any kind of immigration enforcement efforts.
Correct.
But they will help keep the peace. They will
Correct,
try to
KRS.
keep people safe when things like this happen involving federal agents. They say they are not out there for the federal agents necessarily, but just to keep the peace. And then you have that State Patrol vehicle that just pulled up there behind them.
And the chief noted in his briefing here within the past hour that he had declared the scene an unlawful assembly and had asked for mutual aid from the State Patrol to help provide security there at the scene. So obviously, State Patrol has arrived in mass to work with Minneapolis police for site security, so that they can conduct their investigation into what happened this morning.
I know earlier Chief O'Hara had said that his police officers did respond immediately after the shooting this morning, and he said,
Right here, we have leftist insurrectionists are throwing ice blocks at officers in Minneapolis at the scene of the shooting of an unarmed man by Border Patrol, or an armed man. I'm sorry, at the shooting of an armed man by Border Patrol. These people are violent. Send in the troops.
Came to peace, but it doesn't look awfully peaceful out there right now.
No, actually, there were just tear gas canisters fired and flashbangs thrown at the protesters. They basically succeeded in moving them about one block where those dumpsters are down to here. And that's
Sorry, guys. I went to school in Minneapolis at a Lear Center. I didn't learn how to Lear, or I didn't Lear how to read. So, but I'm working on it. Not to mention my parents are brother and sister. So I got a lot working against me.
we can see now. We have the SWAT vehicle, we have state police, and we have police. But by firing off tear gas, they've managed to take one block. The protesters have regrouped and another standoff. So this might be an action where we see a block at a time. The protesters continue to regroup, and we see more tear gas pepper spray to move them back.
Steve, by your observation, are the numbers growing? Because it looks like it to us as we're watching these different angles come in. Where we were at about an hour and a half ago, it's a completely different scene now.
Hey, Jeremy, how many super chats for you to send all these guys home? The grift has gone on long enough. Hail IDOTs, hail the 199, My Lives Matter, Chat Lives Matter. Happy Jessica. You know, that's a damn good question. I'm going to have to think about that. We could grift it, though, and I could get everybody to go home.
Numbers have grown dramatically. Now they spread out because they've just been pretty badly pepper sprayed. That sent everyone on a run. It looks like some of those pepper spray rifles are being reloaded again. They were throwing ice blocks at the officers in the immediate uptick to the pepper spray being fired.
Really hard to hear you, and that's because of all the shouting and screaming in the background. What are they saying? Can you listen?
You get stop! What's wrong with you? They're screaming, "What's wrong with you? Ice out, get out of here!" And they're cursing these officers. They're also throwing ice blocks at the officers before the pepper spray was used.
And there's a guy wearing a vest that says "Peaceful Observer, Don't Shoot" as they film the scene, and lots of officials, Democrats, have been telling these demonstrators to film, take videos, be out there and observe. And here we are. This is what we're watching now as the scene continues to be pretty chaotic here. Are they pushing you out, Steve?
No, they're not. We're
Okay.
just trying to get a good position in case they decide.
Emotionally broken losers. What's this guy saying? Let's see what this guy's saying.
I'm going to go to a camera with Kelly O'Connell. Is that what I'm seeing right now? All right, we're going to listen to this interview that Kelly is conducting.
Else, and it was Diary of Anne Frank, and they're doing the same thing.
Again, so you woke up. Can we walk through again what you heard when you woke up this morning as you live in this community?
Yelling, didn't know where it was coming from. It was kind of quiet, and I was just in a deep sleep. I'd only had 3 hours of sleep. So then I jumped up, look out the window, see over on Nicollet by 26, I see a group of people, but then I hear 5 to 6 gunshots. So I ran inside, looked on the news, couldn't see anything, got my clothes on, and came out here to see what was happening, and then I saw all this.
You talked about you're worried about where we go from here and what this means.
Yeah, I mean, Minneapolis has been a nice community, nice city. The immigrants are what make it as special as it is, as
Who are you with?
cultural as it is. And they're destroying Eat Street by coming in here and getting rid of all these immigrants.
Who are you with?
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that's Kelly O'Connell
Good
on the street
Lord.
talking to people who are coming.
Yeah, the immigrants make everything just so much better. It's so much better. KRS says that they were told to disperse. They didn't disperse and are offended that they're being gassed. Also, the residents were told to be assisting in activities multiple times. In this broadcast alone, they are assisting in unrest. FAFO 1000%. 1000%. Galaxy Express Media becomes a monthly supporter over on Rumble. Thank you.
For some time, I believe it's been at least an hour or more, but we will go over it just in case you haven't heard what DHS is saying. They say DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal.
If immigrants are making the community so much better, why didn't those immigrants just stay in the communities they were already in if they were so great? Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Hey, we're such great people and we create such wonderful environments that we need to get the fuck out of the shitty environment that we're in. And then we're going to go try to make this wonderful environment that we want to be in like the shitty environment that we left.
Photojournalists. Let's listen in.
Very much looks, I think, to almost everybody, a video of an
Go back to the
execution.
fight. Go back to
I
the
don't know
fight.
if you really have another choice but then to show it for your community.
You said you don't want to be out here, but you are. Why
No.
did you feel like it was something you needed to do?
Well, Kelly, I don't want to be here because it's negative 10 degrees, but I don't know another way to show how much I'm hurting. I don't know a way to show support for the community other than to come to the site where something super tragic just happened about 2 hours ago. If I'm not here, I'm at home crying.
Well, Kelly.
I know you said you live in the area. You
Well, Kelly.
be out here. Explain, how would you describe this community?
You know, despite what we're seeing at a national level, I keep telling everybody that this community is peaceful. This community is passionate. This community is protective
Vecna.
of itself.
Holy
and this
shit.
community
It's Vecna. Holy
is coming
shit.
together in a way that I didn't know a city was capable of.
It's
The way that
Vecna.
protesters are organizing, the way that people are encouraging peace. Just now, we had like 15 people trying to put out a car. The reason the car was on fire is because ICE shot tear gas into it. So I think like a pretty beautiful display of what's actually happening here. And
Mr.
yeah,
What's
generally,
It's Mr.
what do I
What's
think about the community? This is my home, and now more than ever, I'm proud to live here.
Where do you think this community, this neighborhood, this city goes from here? What now?
I think that's a question that we're all reckoning with right now. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to answer it, but hopefully.
Appreciate it.
I actually just started recording. Can you get your name one more time?
Holy
James Olson.
Thank you.
All right, Kelly O'Connell, who's gathering information and interviews for us at the scene, and just allowed us to listen in live to that conversation that she was just having. And I think it underscores the emotions that everyone, that a lot of people are feeling now across the city. And that, you know, when, especially that gentleman, when he heard what had happened this morning, felt that he...
You guys are killing me in the chat. You guys are killing me. Do you see them, Kelly? Do you see the children? Holy crap, man. Chat always is MVP.
Yes, except for what they're tweeting out. We are waiting for a news conference to start. It was supposed to start at noon. It's now 1 o'clock from Greg Bovino, who has been leading a lot of press conferences. And he's a commander with Border Patrol. He has been the go-to guy through all of this. We are waiting to hear from him. But as media, the only people that we're getting any information or interviews from are the protesters on the ground. We can see that State Patrol is there. We saw Minneapolis police being there, trying to keep the peace. The tear gas, the pepper ball seem to have stopped, at least for now, since federal agents have left the scene. And right now, we just have others, at the scene with local law enforcement. It's unclear. BCA went in and collected evidence with the shooting from.
Obi-Wan with another 20. I'm not going to read it because it's not going to help my channel by saying that over and over again, but there it is. Make sure to remember my actual name. I'll make it as an actor one day. Remember me because better start, or because you better start. Also, where's Hayden? Hayden Wayne's always around. He's always around. He was here yesterday in the chat. So hail to you and Hayden Wayne. Richard Simmons says, he actually said, if I'm not out here, I'm home crying. Vecna, he's out there manipulating everybody. He's out there manipulating everybody. That's what Vecna does.
And out of the investigation into the shooting death of Renee Good, and how much, or if any, involvement that the BCA will have in this particular shooting as well. Again, that's going to be at 1:30 here this afternoon with Governor Walz. And it may be a situation, and Kelly and I talked about this an hour ago, we're waiting for two briefings to happen here, one with Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol, the other with the governor and DPS. Whichever one happens first, we will stick with that live. And if the other one begins while the first one is on the air with, we will record that in its entirety and air it in its entirety immediately after the first news conference is over, so that you do not miss a thing, because it's...
Hey, they've got good coverage. I'll give them credit for that. This is clearly not a bundle of sticks. Enjoys a Snickers upside down for the texture against his tongue, obviously. Good old Vecna. Daniel... or is it Dan Ryman? I'm sorry, Dan Ryman for 50 says, as a cheesehead, I am offended by that loser wearing a Wisconsin beanie. Also for the dying channel tax. Look at that, man. Dying channel tax for the win. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, that dude, that was funny. That guy's got to be memed as Vecna. He has to be. I saw someone was upset about me making Stranger Things jokes. To you specifically, I don't give a fuck. Just want you to know that I don't care that you're offended at all. In fact, I'm glad that you're offended. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Affected, said Speaker Demuth. And I'm going to continue quoting her statement. As we saw yesterday, thousands of Minnesotans were able to peacefully demonstrate without a single incident. Unfortunately, there are still too many political leaders urging direct confrontation, including the attempted disruption of law enforcement operations and throwing dangerous objects. These dangerous tactics put the lives of officers and the public at risk. We can have protest.
I know it's not a sports stream, but apparently the Steelers are planning on hiring Mike McCarthy as their head coach. Adam Schefter has reported through sources that the Steelers plan on hiring Mike McCarthy as their head coach. That is fucking crazy. Holy shit.
And there has been a call for the war of words to stop between the president, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and then, of course, the governor and the Mayor Fry. There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of finger pointing. And we're going to go to Kelly O'Connell once again. And
so Rogers is done.
With protesters and those that are in the area right now about what they've been seeing and hearing since the shooting and after the shooting early this morning about 9:50, I think it happened, Tim, around 9:50, 9:30. And there's been
903 according to the police chief,
okay.
905 according to DHS.
Let's listen in.
States.
We gotta walk that.
Serving 2 combat tours. I'm sick of seeing our federal government treating our killing our.
We gotta walk a little bit faster, buddy. Sorry, I just don't want you to get hurt.
Well, I'm gonna interview and go back. But I'm sick of the federal government killing our citizens. This is not the country I serve. This is not the country I fucking serve.
We're gonna walk back a little bit.
Well, what had been at least a
we are walking back.
Stopping of the tear gas has started up again.
This situation is going to get very bad. We are not even we haven't even seen the worst of it. I don't think this is going to get very, very bad today.
These are the conversations.
So if you're just tuning in, we've had another shooting incident in Minneapolis with Border Patrol agents. 37-year-old man dead. Reportedly tried to draw his weapon, had a loaded weapon and tried to draw his weapon. He did not listen to the commands of the Border Patrol agents. He was there to cause trouble. You have armored vehicles out there. You have protesters. You have tear gas. You have all this stuff going on. We literally had a dumpster fire, a legit, not like I'm not making that up as a meme. It's a perfect metaphor for Minneapolis, but we had a dumpster fire in the middle of the street happening. And this is all happening while you've got a massive winter storm covering the majority of the United States of America that people are dealing with. We've got President Trump threatening 100% tariffs on Canada because of a deal that they are working on with China. A lot is going on right now. Tim Walz is supposed to be speaking soon. Jacob Fry and the police chief spoke earlier, and it was a horrendous, disastrous press conference. They made excuses. You had the police chief begging these rioters to not destroy the city. It's been crazy.
But several angles, and all those videos are very important in trying to determine exactly what unfolded and who fired when. And when that gun that was on the person who got shot, when that was taken, when they finally got a hold of that gun. So that's unclear at this point. We hope to hear more soon.
And if we look at the video from Skyfox 9 here on the left side of your screen, you can see more smoke agents being deployed there at the scene. And we have no idea what that is. If it's just purely smoke, or if it's OC, or if it's chemical irritants of some kind, or pepper clouds, pepper canisters, we don't know. But there obviously there's now an effort. And here you can see several scenes, okay? At least 3 different scenes there where the agents are being deployed in an effort to disperse the crowd that the police chief has already called an unlawful assembly.
And that was called quite some time ago.
Right.
Yeah. And so, but the crowds actually seem to not be dispersing or not going away. And it seems like more people are starting to come. And, that would explain the tear gas that is now being deployed.
So right now, the mainstream narrative is starting to build about this 37-year-old man that was, killed by Border Patrol agents, and reports, which I don't know if they're confirmed or not. The reports are 37-year-old man, a United States citizen, and he was a gun owner, registered gun owner, and they are driving that point home that he was a lawful gun owner. Like, that gives him the right to pull a fucking gun on Border Patrol agents. Him being a lawful gun owner doesn't mean anything. That is irrelevant. Being a lawful gun owner doesn't give you the right to fucking pull the fucking gun on border agents. What the fuck are you talking about? They're only using this to try and build a narrative. That's it. Leaving all context out.
There are people who are very supportive of Operation Metro Surge and what's happening to arrest what they say are, criminal illegal aliens or criminal illegal immigrants. So it's a back and forth, and there are a lot of opinions. It's very heated, as we all know.
Yeah, that means you're not lawful. Yeah,
and it
exactly.
shows tragically how still divided we are as a country and as a community too. That we saw the video from Renee Good here a couple of weeks ago, and all the different conclusions that people were able to draw from viewing that video with their own eyes. So, and no doubt the same thing is going to happen with all of the video from this shooting as well. And most of us now look through these images through the prisms of our own life experiences, and we see that played out time and time again.
What a freaking disaster, man. Lydium X Game says the onus is on Walz and Fry. They can cry all they want, but they're not going to have access to federal investigation. If the roles were reversed, Walz would deny access to the feds. 1,000%. And apparently we're supposed to hear from Walz soon. Jeremy Trump has posted about the shooting. Has he? Okay. Let's see if I can find that really quickly. Let me pull up Truth Social. All right, here we go. Here's Trump's post right here. This is the gunman's gun, loaded with two additional full magazines and ready to go. What is that all about? I bet they're going to talk about it here on this news feed too. Gosh, there's so much going on. Wait, because
I can't. The monitor is so dark I can't see. So okay, they're in Blaisdell and in the cross street. I don't know where.
Kind of popping off for a minute, so that's why I got.
Siraj, this is your camera. I know. Okay,
let me go back to Trump really quick. What is this all about? Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and governor called them off. It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does fucking love Trump, dude? The fact that Trump is pulling Ilhan Omar's $34 million into this, and every mainstream outlet is gonna have to read this shit. This is what Trump does, dude. Oh, I gotta. Oh God, I'm trying to listen to the news thing. Anyway, so he brings Ilhan Omar's $34 million into her account. And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? He knows what he's doing, because as we heard earlier, the media, the ones that I'm reacting to on Fox 9, they said that they've been refreshing President Trump's feed to see what he has to say. They're going to have to read this entire statement. I'm listening to him right now. This is glorious. Oh, here we go.
It'll be interesting.
Hang
We're
on.
supposed to hear.
This would trigger the White House to invoke that act.
It'll be interesting. We're supposed to hear from the governor around 1:30. It'll be interesting to hear if he will bring in the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
He does have them on standby. That's been noted for several days. Oh, look, we have Greg Bovino, Commander Greg Bovino with Border Patrol, stepping up to the podium, getting ready to speak and give us additional details on what unfolded this morning at 26th and Nicollet. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
Yep.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And as we have seen more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help. State and local law enforcement to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition.
Yes.
In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
All right. Go ahead. One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question.
So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, did the account come from the agent? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. But let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. Sorry, no more questions, sir.
Commander,
Well, you heard that the reporters are already decided that, oh, you guys are guilty. We're going to ask loaded questions and try to be sympathetic to the criminals. Fucking piece of shit media.
When does the man who was armed, when does that gun come out? And Commander Bavino said it's under investigation. So we still don't know if he actually pulled the gun.
We don't.
Right. DHS has
not.
said he came at them and was armed, but we don't know when or if that gun was actually pulled out. So just a tremendous number of questions.
His statement was,
here's my response to the news right here. This is my response. Let's go, Border Patrol. All right. Damn it. I just clicked off of that on accident. Let's get all the way back over here. Alive. And boom. All right. Bring the boom. All right. I don't have any audio from them right now. Let's see. Dan Ryman says repeated use of lawful gun owner sounds a lot like the narrative back in the day. He crossed state lines. Remember that one with Kyle Rittenhouse, where the narrative was he crossed state lines. Like crossing state lines is like some type of fucking crime or something. Like he crossed state lines. Ooh, you are correct about that, Dan. You are correct. Mr. Chain Blue Lighting says, travel alert. If you have to go out in the snow, take a Jeep. If you want to make it back home, take a Toyota. Jeeps are for Barbie. Hail the 199. I respect that. That's a good one. Let's see. Is it Carl's 149 says the socialist communists in this country were gradually gaining control over politics and culture. These riots and shooting are them losing that control. As a Minnesota resident, I know all about commies. That's a very good point. Hang on just a minute. This is from earlier, I believe. This is from earlier. That's so loud.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
What is wrong with you? And by the way, I saw someone in the chat that says I'm a Trump supporter, but this is too much. You're not a Trump supporter if you think this is too much. You're a pussy. You're not a Trump supporter if you think this is too much. You are a pussy if you think this is too much. Oh, this is too much. What did you think was going to fucking happen? What do you think is going to happen? Like, did you think that when Trump gets in office, all of the criminals are just going to be like, oh, Trump is here, we need to go away peacefully? No. They are going to fight and cause hell in every step of the fucking way. They tried to arrest Trump. They tried to kill Trump. They have tried to destroy this man's life. And you think they're just going to be like, oh, it's just too much. That's libertarian fucking speak is what that is.
Just come on. Oh my God, you people, man. You're killing us. Why would you do that? Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe I'm seeing this. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Oh my God! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come here! Come on! Come here! It is.
I can't believe the criminal is arrested. I can't believe the criminal is being arrested. How dare you? How dare you arrest the criminals?
05 at the corner of 26th and Nicollet when this happened. And we want to watch this one more time because it freezes at the moment of the shooting. And we did that obviously for important purposes.
I think what I'm trying to determine is what led up to it. It seemed like there was two struggles going on, and your attention goes to the person that actually was not involved in the shooting because they have a little bit brighter clothes on. So it's the other person. There's two people, and it's the other person that ultimately gets shot that we kind of need to see what leads up to things. And obviously there's a lot of emotion happening, and after he gets shot, and we did play that audio, and then you see the victim lying there, which is incredibly difficult. But let's go back to the beginning and watch this all unfold once again.
It's important for context. Okay, here it is. They're across the street. And the person obviously getting closer to the action here.
So that's the guy, I think. I think that's him.
Trying to determine which person it is ultimately that gets in the struggle here.
And can we hear the audio on this again? The audio, there we go. Thank you.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, so it's not the red backpack. There, it's the guy getting maced.
Yeah, they're getting spraying chemical irritants on them right now.
Yeah. He appears to be trying to get the other woman out.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
We paused the video there on purpose so you could hear it but not see the fatal shots.
Oh my God!
You know, there's a lot going on in that video. It's still
difficult to
see. Even with that better angle, it's still difficult to see
if a gun was actually drawn.
Yep.
And
just can't tell. We don't see it. I
don't
just
see it.
Looking at it, you know, the two times I've seen it, we don't see the gun from that angle.
But it may very well be an instance, too, where the officers were struggling with that 37-year-old Minneapolis man.
Yeah, I think there's another video that I'm going to have to watch the actual video of it to see.
These are facts we don't know.
I probably can't show it here on YouTube.
The details are important. All those little minute details, so important. But this is hard to watch. You can see why people are passionate watching this video. It's certainly hard to see. They're doing CPR or medical treatment on him right there. And MPD did say that when they arrived, that's what they saw. They were giving the gentleman CPR.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe I'm seeing this.
Yeah, hard to witness.
Hard to witness,
so
hard to listen to.
In the unedited video, it looks like he was they had him, and then he was struggling to get away. And the moment he got away, it looks like that's when the shots were fired, based on that video. So,
it comes to
they're going to play. I can't play.
If you're armed with a
I got to be careful what I'm going to play now. Tim Walz is going to be live here soon. Ultimately, my stance on this remains the same. Tim Walz and Jacob Fry are the people that are pushing this. They are pushing people to go out there and get violent, to interfere with operations, to interfere with law enforcement, to interfere with ICE, to interfere with border agents. They are motivating people to go out there and do it. They are acting like the Border Patrol agents and the ICE agents are the criminals. They are treating them like they're the criminals. And that's what happens. This is 100% on Walz and Fry. Big time.
Pink backpack who was getting sprayed. And it appears as if another individual came in to intervene from behind those officers. And that's when the second confrontation happened that resulted in the shooting.
What I couldn't tell is who drug her away.
Right.
At first I thought it was agents, and then I thought, was that the person that was getting in a struggle?
Oh, great. I understand we now have a new statement from President Trump. Is this on Truth Social by any chance? Did he post it on Truth? And I'm going to pull that up on my computer right here in front of me.
Read it.
And I think I want to make sure that we've got a couple of, here it is. Okay, I've got it pulled up now. Okay, this is from President Donald Trump. It says, "This is the gunman's gun," and it shows the picture of the gun that Greg Bovino just showed in the briefing here to that DHS posted earlier. So, "This is the gunman's gun," writes the president, "loaded, in parentheses, with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is this all about? Question mark. Where are the local police? Why aren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor, call them off? It is just stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do, exclamation point, writes the president. He goes on to say, why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? The president goes on to write, he says, we are there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. He goes on to say, we want the money back. We want it back now. Those fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail where they belong. This is no different than a really big bank robbery. Much of what you're witnessing is a cover-up for this theft and fraud, writes the president. He goes on to say, the mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead, these sanctimonious politicians, political fools, should be looking for the billions of dollars that has been stolen from the people of Minnesota and the United States of America. Let our patriots do their job, he writes. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you are witnessing today. And that is the end of the statement from President Trump, just released on Truth Social.
The president often weaving, as he often does, weaving a couple of ideas into the focus of the situation, the shooting that happened this morning. And it should be pointed out, he mentions illegal aliens, but the person that was shot and killed appears to have been a U.S. citizen, a white Caucasian 37-year-old man, U.S. citizen, a citizen of Minneapolis, someone who lives here and who appears to have been out there to either witness or protest what was happening this morning. So that is from President Trump. That's his latest tweet regarding the situation this morning. He also said in that statement that why did the mayor and the governor call police and local police off? We don't know if that's true. We haven't heard that they were called or weren't called at this point. Certainly a question that does need to be answered. I've spoken to Minneapolis police about whether they respond to calls for help.
Okay. I got a new video. I'm going to stop it before the action happens. Okay. But right here. Another angle, hang on. So right here, okay. Another angle shows the now deceased leftist agitator, Alex, I guess his name's Pretty, aggressively resisting arrest. At one point, he seems to be attempting to jump on the back of another protester, Lots of chaos. Don't come at federal Leos with guns, kids. Okay, so here is the video. I'm going to stop it right before everything happens. Here we go. Okay, so this is him right here in the brown jacket, I believe. The brown jacket, okay? I think. Okay, here we go. Pepper spray. And now he tackles the protester. So right there, he's tackling. So at first he's like trying to get the protester. What the hell, dude? This is a chaotic situation. So the Border Patrol agent pushes this guy. Okay. Now he gets pepper sprayed. And then there he just jumps on the guy. Right there, he jumps on him and starts choking him. What a crazy situation, man. And then right around here is when something happens. Ooh. Holy shit. That's pretty fucking crazy, man. Damn. I don't know. I have no idea what to make of all of it outside of the fact that I'm going to stand with law enforcement all day, every day, over these clowns out there causing trouble. Now, this guy says new video footage has emerged that appears to show three things we didn't know before. It appears the new footage that the man who was shot assaulted a woman. I don't know if I saw that. It is now clear that federal agents see something that makes him quickly pull his weapon. It is clear that the man is still fighting and moving after we hear the first shot fired. So it's very unclear who fired the first shot. So I don't know if I saw him assaulting a woman. I don't know if I saw that. But that is, this guy's take. Managed democracy just dropped 50 gifted memberships. We will celebrate that accordingly a little bit later. All right. So holy crap, 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so freaking much. So there's a lot of different angles right now. Was it the person that got knocked down was a woman? I guess so, maybe. So let's see. All right, so another angle of the Minneapolis Border Patrol shooting released. The armed man was clearly impeding and attacking federal agents. He was radicalized by Democrats, leaders like Tim Walz and Jacob Fry. I 100%. This right here, this is about as accurate of a statement as you can find. 1,000%. That is for sure. So this is the video that we just, were reacting to. Okay, so I'm guessing. Yeah, I guess that's the woman in question. I guess that's who we're saying is the woman that he assaulted. So if that is a woman, and again to the left, they seem to have trouble telling me what a woman is. But if that's a female, he did seem like he jumped on her and started to choke her. Walls is speaking now. Here we go. God dang it.
We don't.
Come on. Give me the live feed. Give me the live feed.
Here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the
Thank you for those
National
50 gifted
Guard.
memberships. Managed democracy.
Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family. of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively
lying piece of
on the
shit.
cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faiths packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully.
Continuing to put a target on officers.
Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused. And I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis proved that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Kendall with Carolyn. Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the president's chief of staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing.
They already did.
And I think there cannot
and they voted
be
in a
very many
landslide
people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement.
See there?
Who do an incredible
Doing
job.
it again.
And to
Doing
listen
it
to
again.
Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess. No, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right and stand up for the rule of law and stand up for human decency. And that's the moment.
So then, just to follow up, because if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they stonewall and you're trying to investigate, is that forced?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is, you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that. And I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense, and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Carolyn from your new award, Commissioner Davidson, speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA has attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time, we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation? If not your DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto, within your time, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have. And as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, that they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Could you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now. And I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen in Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual.
What?
They've already made this the case. And I will just say, you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, you're reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is, because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information. We need to gather all the facts. We need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy. I mean, I don't know. I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. Is there not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever? These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know. You kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in America's history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
Our ICE commanders have said in the press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's your response to that?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is your response to that?
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Holy shit. The amount of lies. It's just insane that Tim Walz can continue to get away with this. He is inciting all of this. He is painting the target on the backs of federal agents. He is basically motivating people to go out there and disrupt law enforcement operations. He's doing that. It's all on him.
That the BCA, the state of Minnesota, will investigate this on its own.
He did say that, and I think one of the other big announcements during that was the announcement that the National Guard would be activated.
I mean, it's just absolutely crazy, man. KRS for 100 says I lied. That 5-year-old was left by the effed up. Let's see. Hang on. There we go. That 5-year-old was left by his effed up father in negative degree weather to run the F away, and ice wasn't going to leave him to freeze to effing death in the effing negative degree weather because the agent is a decent human being. F you, Walz. 1000%. Again, man, this guy is the source of the problem. Tim Walz is the source of the problem. It's him. His leadership or lack thereof leadership is causing the problems. goodness, what a disastrous press conference that was. Just absolutely awful. Like right here, Tim Wall says local law enforcement has done everything possible to de-escalate. Bullshit. This is Nick Sortor, who's been on the ground in Minnesota. Minneapolis police refuse to answer distress calls from federal agents, causing situations like this to happen. Leftists know they're immune from prosecution, so they're aggressive. You haven't de-escalated anything, Walls. Nothing at all. Like I thought Jacob Fry's press conference was bad. Walls was even worse. Now, I have, so right here, there was a different angle that I just found of the video that I wanted to show everybody. Let me see if I can find this one again. So what's interesting here, okay? Right. Damn it, I thought I saved it. Maybe I didn't. We got so many things pulled up right now. There's a different angle which kind of gives us a little bit different perspective of this. And if I can find, did he delete the video? There's so many people posting it, and I've got so many bookmarks, and I've lost track of where it's at now. So I'll track it down. But I had a different angle where the guy that was killed actually jumped on the back of that protester and started choking them out when then law enforcement then got back involved. It's so confusing that he jumped on the back of this female protester and started choking her. Law enforcement then pulled him off of her. Now, I see people saying that officers are shouting, gun, he's got a gun. I don't know if I've heard that, but let's listen in. And it's mainly these idiots blowing these whistles are absolutely trying to create so much chaos. You got officers that can't communicate. We can't hear what's being said. We can't hear what's going on. They're blowing these fucking whistles for that very reason.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So right here, okay, he seems to jump on the back of this female protester and start choking her out. Right there. He jumps on her and he's choking her and they pull him off of her. See? He's literally like, her body goes backwards with him because he's choking her. Look at that right there. That's him choking out this woman. No, he fell over her. Then why was he choking her out?
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
He was already maced, and then there's the gunshot. I'm not going to play the gunshot. He was already maced. Oh, well, that was his fault for getting involved with law enforcement. So I've seen a lot of people saying that there's calls saying he has a gun. I have not heard any of that. But multiple people are saying that they hear on video that Border Patrol agents are saying he has a gun, he has a gun. I have not heard that at all. Not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I personally have not heard that on video yet, with the clips that I have seen. Yeah, he was maced, then he tried to choke the woman, and then he tried to pull the gun. Now, you can say that he thought that the person he was choking was a federal agent, and that's not going to help your argument any, by the way, if that's the case. So if that's the narrative you want to run with, well, he didn't know he was choking the woman protester. He thought it was an ICE agent or Border Patrol agent. Go ahead with that narrative. See if that helps out your argument, because it's not going to help out your argument at all. Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. A legally armed man decided to fight federal agents and was killed. At some point, it doesn't matter if your gun is legal. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. All right, let's go back over to here. Let's see what they're saying.
Did officers see this during the course of the struggle as they were taking down the streets? Those are really critical, important facts that no one knows yet.
Right. No one knows anything except what DHS says, and that is that he showed up and confronted the agents while armed with that gun you see there. We're going to go live now to Mary McGuire. She, along with Kelly O'Connell, have been out there for several hours now following what's happening and the growing protest there at 26th and Nicollet. Do we have Mary?
Uh-oh.
And
yeah, hey, Karen. I have a...
Let's destroy the narrative real quick. What you got to say about this, Lib?
Listen, I don't know if y'all noticed, but the only niggas who are even entertaining this motherfucking against ICE shit is broke niggas. Broke niggas, bro. These niggas are bums. These are bum niggas. You know what I'm saying? Niggas that play the game, and I'm talking about look at anime, them bullshit type niggas, bro. Niggas that goddamn fuck with weird white bitches like them. Like, come on, bro. Like, hey, bro. Real niggas will never align with these weirdos. Like, these are weirdos and bums and fucking white trash, bro. Just to be honest, white trash.
Oh, that's fucking great.
Being a reporter and covering police scenes over the years, you don't typically see ripped police tape like this until way after an investigation is done. This says state patrol line on it, do not cross. That was ripped. I've seen a couple other areas where the police tape has been ripped. So not any evidence collection happening here. Again, being on scenes with the Minnesota BCA, they typically hold scenes for many hours. So no state investigators here looking at the crime scene, no federal investigators that we've seen either. The only police presence are those Minneapolis police squad cars that are doing traffic control in the surrounding areas. But this crowd is definitely growing. You see people standing on dumpsters here in front of me, holding signs, holding flags, things like that, chanting. Things have remained very peaceful from what we've seen so far. It's just people shouting, chanting, and it appears that they're holding a bit of a moment of silence for the victim right now. But people bringing in water bottles. I've seen a couple of first aid people as well. So that's what we're seeing here at the scene now. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
How many, you get the sense, Mary, that people are still coming to the scene?
Of course they are.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of people that are going to go get involved in this because they have nothing else going on in their life. That is absolutely happening. And they're going to pretend that they care about something they know nothing about because they are NPCs in the game of life. And they have taken their latest NPC download to be fake offended over something, even though they have no idea what's going on with it. Let's see here. Things are getting crazy, though. Who is it? Let's see. So, let's hear this right here.
What we just saw this morning on the streets of Minneapolis is another outright murder by federal officials. And let me just be clear. Those federal ICE officers are absolute cowards. I'm a Marine veteran standing here telling you to your face they are unprofessional, pathetic cowards. Because if a Marine, an 18-year-old Marine, did that in Iraq in the middle of a war zone, he would be court-martialed because it is murder. And you pathetic little cowards who have to wear face masks because you're so damn scared couldn't even effectively wrestle a guy to the ground, so you needed to shoot him. This is why ICE needs to be prosecuted. Yeah, I voted to defund it, but ICE, you need to be prosecuted. And Director Lyons, who's running ICE right now, I hope you're hearing this from this Marine to you. You guys are criminal thugs. You need to be held accountable to the law if you think you can enforce it. And you need to be prosecuted right now.
This is what the Trump administration is dealing with right here. So he's a candidate for the U.S. Senate in Massachusetts. So there you have it right there. I don't know who he is, but I saw this. Everybody was reacting to it. So this guy claimed that January 6th was a war zone and as bad as Iraq. Then last year, he called the fire bombings of Tesla dealerships peaceful protest. I rest my case right there. I rest my case. There you have it from Maze Moore. Every single time. Firebombing Tesla dealerships was a peaceful protest. January 6th was a war zone. What a freaking loser. So, he ran for president in 2020. Did he? Did he make any? I may remember him on the stage, but that's about it. Okay. Holy crap. By the way, the black dude, man, in that video, he anime catching some strays in that video. So, anime catching some strays.
To reset here for a moment and go back to the news conference with Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara from about, oh my goodness, maybe almost 2.
We don't want to hear that bullshit. Graham Robbins says these protests are having a pretty good time. Protesters are having a pretty good time out there. Damn. If you know, you know. Damn. Marmillan says, cannot and will not, yet they have rioted and did shit against ICE since this started. Yes, they have. Narco says, why is there an interpretive dancer next to Walls? This is a serious situation, not a circus, though a circus is what Walls wants. The interpreters are very distracting. They really are. Grapthar's Hammer says, where's the money, Lebowski? Marmellin says anyone that grandstands on their veteran status or Marine status is typically not an actual combat veteran and just a paper pushing bundle of sticks. Yeah, a lot of they love to flaunt that out there when they're trying to make their point for sure. KRS says thanks for the coverage as always. One last chat before I leave. I'm gonna go a game and avoid the cold. I don't need to see Tampon Timmy. Stay safe and warm, everyone. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Just disconnect, brother. Disconnect, because this stuff is absolutely unhinged at this point in time. Gear Masters is Jeremy. Did you see the wheelchair bond anti-ice person that had divine intervention and was able to stand? Wall Street Apes posted it. I didn't, but I will check that out. Managed Democracy again. Thank you for those 50 gifted memberships. AI can do CobraCast in lifetime. Dude, maybe I should just create an AI version of myself to run CobraCast. Optics Prime says women are the most subversive element in society. Marmelin says leave it to the Democrats to get me to defend federal agents, for fuck's sake. I'm so tired of this. You and me both, man. You and me both. Let's see here. Procatron says, no matter if it was clean or not, the left will still use it to turn it up. And no matter what Donald J. Trump does, Insurrection Act or not, at least it's at least good for the left. They will still vote Dem. Yeah, and that's the problem with it. I mean, okay, based on what we have right now, let me just call a spade a spade. Based on what we have right now, there are far more questions about this situation than the Renee Good situation. But this is where the left has no credibility, because we had clear video of Renee Good trying to run over an ICE agent, and the left said she was a mother trying to get home to her family and they killed her. They completely ignored the reality of what we saw on video and her actions. They just completely ignored it. It's crazy. And so it's like, you guys don't deserve the benefit of the doubt because you're all crazy. Now, today's situation, based on, I don't know what happened yet. I don't know all the circumstances, and nobody else does that's just watching the video. So I think that there is more questions. However, what I did see is a man that was armed was in some way resisting arrest, and he was interfering with law enforcement doing their job. At that point in time, none of the details matter. He put himself in that situation. They were not targeting him. They were not going after him. He decided to put himself in the middle of a situation that had nothing to do with him. So therefore, he fucked around and he found out. Now, there might be more details along the way that we find out that gives us more insight into the specifics of the situation. But he chose to put he chose to put himself in that situation, not the other way around. No one forced him to be there. He chose to be there. He made the decision to be there. So there you have it. And so we're going to find out. But this Tim Walz presser was bad. It was very, very, very bad. Okay, what is this? Protesters formed street barricades made of mattresses and dumpsters. Anti-ICE crowd continues to grow and is pushing authorities back. And by the way, I always have to bring this up because many of you are always asking me about this, but no, this is not a scene from The Dark Knight Rises. It's not a scene from The Dark Knight Rises. I know it looks like it, but it's not. You think I'm kidding? Look, this is The Dark Knight Rises right here. This is a scene from The Dark Knight Rises right here. Like, it looks like Minnesota right now. That's just, Nolan created a fucking documentary about Minnesota and the left. So this is where we're at right now. So it's crazy. Tonberry Masta for 50 says, I find it poetic that people are out there protesting ICE and nature responds with a snowstorm. Like I said, man, God has a sense of humor. And we're seeing that. The dumpster fire, was beautiful. Thank you, Tonberry Masta. Hail to you, brother. Good Lord. All right, let me see if I can find any more stuff that's going on at the moment. What is this right here? Antifa's mobilizing to riot Minneapolis today.
They fucked up. Okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Nicollet and fucking 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet, show up ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am talking specifically to my fucking followers. This is everything I have fucking talked about, and this is exactly what I said was going to happen. This is exactly what I said was going to fucking come when we didn't fucking go and march on fucking Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you fucking protected from literal fucking Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. This is not a fucking joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your fucking guns and stop these fucking people.
There you go. There you go. Wonder what's going to happen to that guy. Holy crap. Like, what is wrong with these? These people are fucking crazy. Our buddy Angry Joe is having a meltdown right now on Twitter. I see him melting down right now over the Minneapolis situation. Here's oh boy, Harry Sisson's take.
ICE just murdered another American citizen in the streets of Minneapolis in broad daylight, firing 9 shots into this man. And if you've seen the video, it's absolutely horrific. But here's the breakdown. This man in the brown jacket, he's filming ICE with his phone. These agents come up to him, start shoving him back away. And then like 8 ICE officers surround the man, shove him to the ground, and start beating him. He's right there. And this is where the murder starts. He's completely apprehended, not posing a risk to anybody. He's on his knees. And this right here is where the first gunshot goes off. Even when his lifeless body is laying on the ground, they are still firing bullets into this man. This is murder in broad daylight. He was a 37-year-old white male American citizen. The only run-in he's had.
I was told on like good authority from people like you, Harry, that white people never get shot. That's what I was told. In fact, why is it only white people have been shot? I thought that white people never get shot. Huh. That's amazing.
With law enforcement is traffic tickets. He was also carrying a firearm today, but he has a legal permit to carry.
Oh, hey guys, he has a legal permit to carry. Suddenly now Democrats care about legal firearms. Suddenly Democrats care if you have your paperwork for guns. Before, you weren't supposed to have a gun at all. Before, you're never supposed to even have a gun. Now, well, he was illegal. He had a legal permit. Do you understand what having a legal permit means, you retard? Do you understand what having a gun means? It means not using it to threaten officers, you dumb fuck. Because when you do that, this is the result.
Secret police force is terrorizing people in our streets every single day, depriving them of basic human rights, killing them in broad daylight. We can't sugarcoat this crap anymore. We have to be honest about what we're seeing. It is disgraceful how Donald Trump and the Republicans defend this conduct whenever they get a chance. Not another dime of taxpayer dollars should go to ICE.
The meltdown is wild. But here we are. Did Trump just put another one out? Is this another one? Is it actually possible that the total amount of money stolen over the years by corrupt politicians and fraudsters from Minnesota will exceed $100 billion? In any event, whether it is or it isn't, the theft, incompetence, and fraud is massive. Sadly, whatever numbers we find, California and other Democrat-run states will be worse. I don't think this is a new one. I think this is an older one, but point still stands from President Trump. Point still stands completely. No way. No, hang on. I gotta find. So you know how Twitter does that thing where you see a story and then the refresh and the story goes away? I gotta find this. If this is in fact true. Let's see. So this is how you know how scared. Yep. This is how scared they are of the rioters. The NBA announced that today's Warriors Timberwolves game in Minneapolis will be postponed after a man was shot and killed Saturday in a confrontation with federal agents in the city. The game has been rescheduled to Sunday at 5:30. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? They're postponing games now because a criminal got shot. Woo! Boy, oh boy. Today is popping. I'm just having way too much fun laughing at them. Okay, so right here. 3 different angles of the armed ICE watch activists who attacked CBP officers in Minneapolis. Alex Pretty attacked officers and resisted arrest while armed with a 9mm and additionally fully loaded magazines. He was shot in self-defense by an 8-year veteran. So these are 3 different angles. I think it's better if I do that. Okay.
Go.
God, these idiots with these whistles is so annoying. I got to mute that shit. I can't sit there and listen to this shit. I can't do it. So these are 3 different angles that we have of the situation. This one, to me, the middle one is one of the better angles. So right here, he has been sprayed by mace. I think that he believes that this female protester is a Border Patrol agent. He seems to jump on top of the protester, and it seems like he's like trying to choke her right there. So you'll see how quickly he kind of puts his arms around her right there. So he's on her. They are pulling him back. He's got his arm around her neck from what it appears to be. He's still holding her. Now he let go of her. Now they're fighting with him. And then it's hard to tell what happens after that. The best part of that is when you heard the gunshots, they stopped blowing their stupid whistles.
What the fuck did you just do? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god! 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 The fuck did you just do?
I've got this crazy theory in life, and I've had 100% success with this theory. Okay, my philosophy is, and I know this is going to sound crazy to people in Minnesota, the liberals anyway, and just liberals in general. This is going to be a crazy idea, okay? But my philosophy in life is, I don't attack federal agents or police officers or military individuals, and I haven't been killed. I know I'm not saying it works for everyone, but it certainly worked for me. It certainly has worked for me. Also, I also have this other theory. Now, this one's going to be a lot crazier probably, but I have made an active decision in life to not walk into oncoming traffic, and I have not been ran over. I'm just saying these things have worked well for me.
The fuck did you just do? Ah! Yes, Liz, somebody call the ambulance. Somebody call the ambulance. Somebody needs to call the ambulance. Somebody call 911. I can't believe
Wait, call 911. Don't you want police defunded in Minnesota? Minnesota liberals, don't you want police defunded? But if you want police defunded, why would you want to call 911? I'm just interested in your... So you want the police to come help you now, but you also wanted the police defunded. So which is it? Can you make up your mind?
did that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Just come on. Come on. Oh my.
An ambulance? Do you think that an ambulance is going to be there if you defund the whole entire police department? Do you think they're going to have money for ambulances? Do you think they're going to have money for that? Again, the stupidity of the left. It's kind of like women's sports only exist because the male sport brings all the money in. And then you hear the liberals say, females deserve the same pay as the men do in sports. And it's like, if the male sport goes away, you don't have your female sport, you stupid retards.
God, you fucking people, man. You fucking killing us. Why would you do that? Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm...
You see there? Right here. Where's it at? Ambulance won't show up unless the scene has been cleared. So yeah, defund the police, yet call the police when you're in trouble. Liberal logic right there.
Seeing this. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Oh my God. Come on, come on, come on, come here, come on. Come here. It is.
So there you have it. Let's see if there's any more updates right now. So the Minnesota Timberwolves delaying their game is absolutely crazy. That is funny. Yep, right here. NBA just postponed the Timberwolves game in Minnesota to try to turn this into George Floyd 2.0. Yep. That's the angle right there. That's the angle. Is this the best angle? The best picture available of the 37. Okay, that's the picture. Yeah, of the guy right there. But that's all we have at the moment.
They ain't doing too much.
John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, hey, Jeremy, as much as I'd like to stay, I got other things to do. Stay warm, stay safe, keep on grifting. Hail IDOTS, hail the 199, and happy Jessica. I appreciate it, man. I hope you have a good day. Thanks for hanging out so long. I didn't know if I was going to be live this long, but there's just so much going on. So yeah, man. Thank you, John. As always, man. Have a good weekend, my friend. I appreciate you. Let's see here. Garfield's Bizarre Adventures, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Darwin Award winners of January. I can't believe they postponed the fucking Timberwolves game. No way. Hang on. The man fatally shot by ICE has been identified as ICU nurse Alex Jeffrey Pretty. Somehow, Screech returned. Dustin Diamond returned. There you have it. He's a male nurse. Okay. There you have it. Let me see. I told you that earlier, Jeremy. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read the chat the best I can. So right here, the armed suspect who was shot and killed by federal agents is identified as 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Pretty of South Minneapolis, Minnesota. So there he is right there. There's the guy. Male nurse with a gun. Sounds like a fucking movie. Sounds like a fucking movie. Male nurse with a gun. Let's see. All right, what's Alex Jones got to say here?
Another LARPing Antifa individual, heavily armed, who got in a fight with ICE in Minnesota today during the Democrat Party Soros-funded march, got killed. He gets an altercation with ICE. They're fighting. Reportedly, he went for his gun. They killed him. They're professionals. They have a right to defend themselves. But here's what's really important. I predicted all this because the Podesta plan, the Democrat Party plan, was if Trump got back in and I said it's normal activities, they would have blue cities aid the illegal aliens. And when ICE came out to do its job, they would claim they were terrorists and criminals and have mobs attack them. And they believed that someone would then die. That's why 3 months ago you had Axios headlines, "We need to get protesters killed. We need blood." That's what the movie Civil War is about. It's what one battle after another is about. It's their whole plan. That's why I've been harping on it. So now I've seen a bunch of videos of Antifa in Minnesota saying, all right, get out there right now with your guns, start killing ICE. They were saying kill ICE before the woman got killed a few weeks ago. And they have shot their vehicles and killed Border Patrol and killed illegals in vans they thought were ICE. We've seen the violence. We know who's launching the attacks. You have 40 million illegals in this country. You have 10,000 ICE. They got a constitutional job. They're under attack. And the left thinks this is going to be their big trigger. It's not going to work the way they thought. But now they are calling for massive intensifications of violence. They want Trump to declare the Insurrection Act so they can call him a dictator, but that's in the Constitution. The last time it was declared in 1990 by George Herbert Walker Bush.
And I'm not saying that he shouldn't do it because they want him to. I'm just saying that you have to understand that's what they want. They do want them. Aaron, I'm going to get to them. I'm like 100 at Super Chats deep. I'm going to get to them all, though. But just because they want him to do it doesn't mean he shouldn't do it, but it just needs to be acknowledged that they 100% want him to do it.
In the LA riots. So Trump needs to do this or pull ICE back. I'm not saying he should do that. Notice the left says we're going to defund ICE in Congress. That means no borders into the country. And they've said our demands are get out of the cities, which means unlimited illegal aliens can now live here and the country's broken. Who they all sign up for welfare for all the giant fraud you've seen. So this is going to intensify. I'll post some of the videos under this and above it of Antifa saying they're going to start killing ICE in mass now. This is about to kick off. That's why Trump needs to declare the Insurrection Act. He can't put the outnumbered ICE in there to carry out their constitutional court orders to arrest illegal aliens and then leave them out there hanging to dry when Tim Walz, the governor, and the mayor, Fry, won't just send out police to protect them, but also demonize them and say what ICE is doing is illegal to then energize these crowds to act like this. So, these guys are LARPing. They think they're triggering the next civil war. They think they're on the winning side. They're not, but more of them are going to do this now. It's officially kicked off. It's not a hard prediction to make now that you're going to see things escalate exponentially starting today. So that's the reality of this. I'll be filing more reports on it. I'll be live tomorrow, obviously, with the Sunday show out of InfoWars, 4 to 8 p.m. I'll host some other special reports are coming up, probably from the studio tonight. But to watch Antifa so happy this guy got killed and say, that's it, get your guns. Here's where I says, let's go, let's get them. And to know that the DOJ will do absolutely nothing to stop them just shows where we are. The globalists still think they're going to win. They still think they're going to break this country, and they're not. because while they're busy trying to trigger a civil war, Trump is dismantling the whole globalist system in live time last week at Davos. Follow me on X, Real Alex Jones, on Rumble at the Alex Jones channel, and we'll have more.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. This is just going to continue to escalate. And I don't know what Trump should do. I don't know. I don't have the answer. I'm not going to pretend that I know the answer. But this is the guy right here that was shot by Border Patrol agents today. Let's see here. Midget Menace says the male nurse looks like a knockoff Cat Stevens. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure, I got that one. Mellow Yellow says these tards are going to be told to stop recording at these protests eventually, just like the body cams backfired against the blacks. The body cams definitely were a backfire, and the more footage that's out there, the worse it is. Jupiter Knight says if Trump was a dictator, he would be IRGC level. Samurai says we need some water. Wow, the censorship on super chats. Daniel Moore says I just got on what happened. I don't trust mainstream media. Stone Farmer says pink eye dumpster fire. Shelovic says do deaf people not know how to read captions? Net Steeler says Arizona AG Chris Mays wildly suggests residents could shoot unidentifiable masked ICE agents under state's self-defense laws. Crazy. Jim P says, fuck around, find out, mayor. Let's see. Barracuda says, dude had a gun. Stupid chief and mayor didn't mention that. F this mayor. Nas says, what's up with the guy making the gay hand gestures? The one on the sign language interpreter. Delona says, this isn't happening in other states. Well, it is happening in Portland. I mean, that's for sure. Minister Fonte says, Daddy, were you one of those woke retards? Blackguard says, every illegal alien that remains in our country is living in a home, driving a car, getting welfare benefits, buying groceries, etc. That our citizens could be using, and funnily enough, minority citizens could have gotten. Correct. And the left doesn't care about that. The left doesn't care about anything other than just constantly creating chaos and projecting and pretending that they are virtuous and better than everyone else. That's who they are. That's what they do. Midnight Light says, golden casket, fentanyl Floyd sobbing like a widow. Daniel Moore says, did you catch her saying give houses to illegals? Little Jim says, tell that to all the Americans killed by illegals. And Jeanette says, so this so-called leader's message is throw a tantrum, burn and destroy, and we will give you everything you want. Is this idiot for real? Southeastern Kaiju says, 199 mental health tax. Mark of Reality says, so they are going to have Tim Wall's body pillows at this resource center for mental health. Just wondering. Daniel Moore says, the worst is the terror. The best is the killing, fraud, and rape. Why are they pretending that these people are owed anything? So evil. Is it SOT NIST? Says Cokehead mayor and his prison grape corporate cop boyfriend. Jim P says, I bet the red counties tell the blue Minneapolis to pound dirt. You broke it. Now you deal with it. As they should. Andy Miss says, pretty please. Hunter says, Trump 2028 and 2032. Trump forever. Trump is going to live forever anyway. He might as well just be king forever. Boy, the left, you tell that to the left and they get really mad. I mean, okay, let's not be crazy. He's not going to live forever. But he's probably going to live till 150, 200, right? Easily. So if Trump's going to live to 150, just let him be king until 150. I'll take that deal. 199. Yeah, he'll live to 199. When Trump turns 199, he'll go on into the next chapter after he's made not America great again, after he's made the world great again. There you go. Jim says, cucked Minneapolis PD chief. Jimmy Ray says, poultry tax. Southeastern Kaiju says, chicken tax. Daniel Moore says, that clip was foul. Locker says, fast forward tax. I skipped the part of your vid when the mayor dipshit was speaking. That's a good decision. Darth Gavel says, ICE raid on Walmart tax. Daniel Moore says she's advertising the rally with water toilets. We do have this feed right here. What the hell?
Water, hand warmers. We've seen all sorts of people handing out different things, handing out food.
My goodness, these people are crazy. Grindo Drum says, man, imagine having to work 24/7 due to leftists. ACC says, is the offender that Asmongold cosplayer we saw? No. KRS says, here's a tidbit. We have vouching voter laws in Minnesota. One registered voter can vouch for up to 8 other individuals. What? That is crazy. Operation says 100% tariffs. You mean it? No more maple syrup. We'll see what Canada decides to do. Jake Steele says, asked a young BB American Walmart employee where you find, is it Coronander? And he said, who? I said, never mind. Tricky says, a pretty easy for it to not be stressful. Don't try to drive over a small lead things, law enforcement. Mark of Reality says, even if you're a lawful gun owner, brandishing a weapon at someone is still a felony and something that can get you deleted. Philip Butler says, at least they can't say the feds threw down a gun. ACC says, Jeremy, whenever you show Sydney Sweeney on your streams, I shall hereby invoke the Erection Act. Thank you for your firm attention to this matter. One thing I love is like when, people, dudes in particular, just come in my chat and tell me about their sexual fantasies. It's so wonderful. It's such a great job to have. A bunch of dudes that call me gay come in here and send me super chats telling me about their penis. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Brian Stewart says it's time for you to play the AI anime video about joining ICE that I sent you. YouTube Leaf It clips posted 5 days ago. I'll have to see if I can track that down. John Wayne says, make water cannons great again. Patriotic Assault says, shame. Yeah, it's a shame I'm not there in person to laugh. Infinity Flare says, peaceful observer, don't shoot. Vest is wild. Karis says, NPR is Minnesota Public Radio, PBS level of left. That's the guy that was wearing that hat. So that's the confirmation that we're getting. Let's see. Shellman says, we just need a Simpsons movie around Minneapolis. It can be a giant asylum. Darth Gavel says, Jeremy, you see the UK has started a campaign to normalize cousin marriage. They're trying to take your limelight. That's an Alabama thing. John Orchard says, I don't see any Somali protesting. Don't they care about the city? That is true. Where's all the Somalis at? Why aren't they protesting? Why aren't we seeing massive amounts of Somalis out in the streets protesting right now? That's interesting. Ministry of Front Thing says, notice his hat says, Con Sin from this angle. Daniel Moore says, did you see them, Kelly? Did you see the children? Yeah, dude, the Vecna thing was wild. Andrew Sarah says he has 12 kids in the basement. Tucker Cousin says, notice how every idiot they interview just woke up at noon. Losers. Sis Beardo says, I found Waldo. Ronan the Crusader says, so the riots are just a giant publicity stunt for the Lost Stranger Things episode. Samurai says, water, water, water. Douse with water. Daniel Moore says, I woke up at noon, William. I cried on J6, William. Brian Stewart says, our only tour he saw was the tour of Italy at Olive Garden. Darth Manic says, guns don't kill people. Ideologies kill people. Darth Gavel says, Forrest Gump bench meme. And just like that, the left cares about gun owners. Yep. It's amazing how that works, isn't it? Out of nowhere, suddenly the left cares about gun owners. Let's see here. Storm Shadow says, registered gun owners can get charged with illegal possession of firearms if it's their possession while committing a crime. Rescott says, as a CCW holder, it's not a license to brandish it, especially at cops. Carell says, it's always the effing women. NS says, people need to go back and listen to Yuri Bezmenov. It's insane how accurate he was when he laid out the Marxist takeover of America would play out. MJ says, if you're carrying concealed and your jacket comes open and a cop sees the gun, you are no longer concealed and are considered a threat. James says, I heard border yell, gun, gun. That's what I've heard people say. I haven't heard that personally, but I'm not saying it's not out there, but I haven't heard it yet. Kevin Spears says body cam will show the truth. Look at here. They're reporting on old boy.
A picture of him again, a Minneapolis resident, U.S. citizen, we're told by local and state authorities. We do have the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension set to talk at 3 o'clock, Drew Evans, and our Rob Olson has been monitoring that situation.
Monitoring
and, we'll take
the
that live when they are
situation.
prepared to speak.
You know, we keep talking about the video. We have several angles. Maybe we should show the video. There's the one angle that really is telling and does show a lot of what happened, you know, just in the moments before the shooting happened. Yes, we can show the original video.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes, and there's a couple of different angles. We see the one from across the street. We see the lady in the pink who's shooting video, and then we actually see the video from that woman who was shooting what unfolded.
We have a sketch of the guy right here. Now this is just a sketch, okay? But this is him right here. Leave the immigrant child rapist alone. Very heroic behavior right there. Let's go back to this.
And so just went out of our view, Alex Preddy. We don't know if he's with the people who are also in the street.
So there he is, kind of waving a car through. That is Alex Pretty, is my understanding.
And then all of a sudden the camera goes down, and so we can't see what led up to this.
Right, it comes back with the interaction starting, with the confrontation starting. So we miss those crucial moments.
So there were two people, one person shoved down, and then you'll see Alex Preddy has moved into this huddle of agents.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
Well, it appears there that Alex is actually trying to pull the woman with the backpack away from the scene. I think he tries to do that, and then it gets separated, and then
Whoa. What? Hold on. She's saying that he's trying to pull her away from the scene?
Can't see what led up to this.
Right, it comes back with the interaction starting, with the confrontation starting. So we miss those crucial moments.
How is he trying to pull her away from the scene? He jumped on top of her.
So there were two people, one person shoved down.
He's literally dragging her towards them. What are you talking about?
So we miss those crucial moments.
So there were two people, one person shoved down, and then you'll see Alex Preddy has moved into this huddle of agents.
What is wrong with you?
Let's just hypothetically, okay, let's go into fantasy land of these Fox 9 women. Let's just say that he was truly trying to pull her away from the situation. How in the fuck are the Border Patrol agents supposed to just say, oh, he's just trying to pull her away? How are they supposed to make that assessment from that? That is fucking wild right there. That is an insane take. Trying to pull her away.
Moments.
So there were two people, one person shoved down, and then you'll see Alex Preddy has moved into this huddle of agents.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
Well, it appears there that Alex is actually trying to pull the woman with the backpack away from the scene. I think he tries to do that, and then it gets separated, and then you see the struggle, and ultimately you hear the shots fired.
Multiple shots
That is
fired.
crazy.
So, and then we weren't able to ask the federal officials if there were any body cam videos available on any of the agents, because they only took 2 questions at a news conference this morning.
All I can say is that I've been out there to many of these scenes, and I have seen Border Patrol with body camera. ICE agents usually do not have the body camera on them, but I have seen Border Patrol that have them. I don't know if in this case they did in fact have them, but we'll find out. We'll certainly get more details to come here, and and it's always hard because
That's a crazy take. That's a crazy take. Let's see. Jerome says we need a chat poll. Who in the chat has been is it shot, and who in the chat doesn't put themselves in position to get shot? Ehab says, if it's the typical SIG that was having the random discharges due to mechanical failure a few months ago, the first shot may not have been intentional. Patriotic Gestalt says, reminder, during the 2024 campaign, Timmy never went to the border. Lydia Mexigame says, the Constitution is not a document that gives you the right to do whatever you want. With rights comes responsibility. Duh, what an IDOT. Garth Bill's Bizarre Adventure says, when are you going to add sign language to interpreter on main event? Never. Evil Black Cat says, I'd have a good laugh if them doing the sign language is actually found out to be misinterpreting and radicalizing the deaf. That would be actually awesome. Maga Mike says, I know this may shock everyone, but Angry Joe has drank the retard juice again and has posted a response to this. Please be gentle towards him. I don't even want to read Joe's stuff on Twitter. I don't even want to know what he's saying because I know how unhinged it's going to be. By the way, we had some gifted memberships on Rumble as well. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships. We had, let me see if I could find it really quickly. Why did it disappear? Come on, Rumble. I know one of them was, gosh, I'm trying to see it now. Rumble system sucks, but the Rumble chat is awesome. But we had 15 total gifted memberships. I didn't not see them. Did I say not see or not see? I saw them when they came in, but there was just too much going on. But I appreciate you guys. It was a 10 and a 5 that I saw over there earlier, but Rumble has not populated it, so I can't see them right now. Let's see. Looking to see if anybody commented to tell me who it was that sent it, because I want to give you guys a shout out. I appreciate it. But the Barbarian 1990 says this commie split bag needs to be investigated, and his 15 trips to China traitor. Dr. Fauci's pardon prison butt says, if Trump doesn't invoke the Insurrection Act and sends the troops, I'm done with him. Walls needs to be arrested for treason now. Golden Nugget says Ripley meets Jim Carrey. And Jim says the Dems want to use this for midterm elections and destroy our country by July 4th. Maga Mike says, imagine carrying a firearm with you to go out and fight law enforcement. These people are insane. Aaron James says, Jeremy, you must be a good friend to tell X-Ray Girl she took the haircut too far and was that officer during the speech formerly in the Green Mile. Good old X-Ray Girl. Gerald Armstrong says, is that Ripa? Jimmy Ray says, broke ninja tax. Darth Gavel says, the Black Panthers have denounced the protesters. Huey says, feds no readily available ID, media walls, lawfully carrying a firearm. Someone is full of shit, and I doubt it's the feds. Tierra Blade says, press X to doubt if he is a Marine. Sounds like he's washed out and was dishonorably discharged. Total traitor who betrays his Marine brothers. Lapco says, white guy taco tax. Brockatron says, the left says they want ICE out, yet they vote for the policies that keep them in. They're negative IQ, and they're the worst people on the face of the earth. Ryan Miller says, listening to these incompetent dipshits was so irritating because they are responsible for this and trying to insult our intelligence by playing the victim. Gerald Armstrong says, why does the interpreter look like Jackie Chan? Dave Chandler says, anyone who's ever moved a mattress knows it isn't something you just walk around with. Gas mask, mattresses, brick pallets. This is so coordinated. Very, very good point. Very good point right there, Dave Chandler. Capucci says, ironically, 5 minutes down the road from where they filmed the very scene of The Dark Knight Rises, Tards raided and protested an entrance way in a local Target. I'm not your buddy, guy says, these leftists have zero conscience, zero morality, and they know they are lying. They know they are radicalizing people. Something has to be done. Andrew Sarah says, broad daylight tax. Hunting Sanity says, Minnesota requires you to carry your carry permit and DL ID to conceal carry. Bavino said he had neither. Alpha Aura says the gun was a SIG 320 competition. It might have been accidentally discharged in the tussle. SIG is notorious for uncommanded discharges. Even in that situation, that's the guy's fault for putting himself in that environment. Socrates Magoat says Will Stansel is somewhere in that crowd. Rap whistle at the ready. Lapco says someone call the ambulance. I'm filming for TikTok. Brian Stewart says women's beach volleyball stands on its own merits. Seth says someone call an ambulance in 911. Only if someone had a cell phone. Lib donkeys gonna lib. Trent Johnson says, thanks for the content. Can't watch all the streams, so I watch the clips when you put them out. Thank you. Subscribe to D-Day Cobra 2 if you don't have time to watch all the streams. A lot of the clips get put over there. Carnal says, can we officially coin this as the winter of love? Wyoming Sasquatch says, Jeremy, have you seen my wiener? Lapco says, Somalis are too busy watching kids to riot. Haven't you followed CNN? Optics Prime says, Gray Coat, Ellie is taking away the protesters' gun just before the shot was fired. Lapco says, Jer's black from the waist down, so surviving a police encounter is 50-50. Unless it's a lady cop, then they don't have great trigger discipline. No PhD Coyote says, Black Panthers need to do some cardio. With that, we're at the 4-hour mark. We're going to have to call it there. I am going to be live tonight on Geeks and Gamers Play. If you're not subscribed to that channel, you can. I'm going to be joined by many of the people on the G&G team, including Krista, for those that are always asking where she's at. It'll be this channel right here where I will be live. So if you guys are interested, you can go over there, subscribe to Geeks and Gamers Play. 7:30, we're going to be playing Mario Kart World with the locals members tonight. I will continue to look into all of the other stuff that's going on, and I'll probably be live again tomorrow. I might be live later tonight after Mario Kart again to cover all of this shit because it's just crazy. Like, I was going to plan on talking about the winter storm today, and I didn't get a chance to do that because all of this craziness that happened. Trump is live right now. Don't fucking tell me that. Don't tell me Trump is live right now. Please don't. There's no way Trump is live right now. Don't do that to me. Hang on. Now I got to look and see. You're probably just trolling me. So made you look. Damn you. Yeah, Trump's not live. Bastard got me. I respect it though. I respect it. So there you go. All right. So hang on. When is that going to be? It's the 27th. Yep, you got me. You trolled me. I respect it. Okay, guys. So thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for all the love. And of course, check out Geeks and Gamers Play tonight. Should be a lot of fun. You guys have a good evening, and we will talk to you later. Bye, everyone. Stay safe out there.